May 31st, 22. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I do. I say that every time. I mean it every time. It's tough out there. We need to be good to each other. So, I hope you're doing all right. More Spiritfarer today. Oh man, you start the stream real awkward. With some mini real talk. I've been going through a lot these last few years. Been really in a really dark place. So without making it really weird, this bit of Spiritfarer we've been doing it's been a interesting experience for me. Sad in a lot of ways, but really helpful in other ways. So it's a good game. I don't know what I was expecting out of this experience, but on a personal level, this is really progressed the feelings I've been feeling. Anywho, my controller's supposed to be working. Why is it not working though? Hold on. Controller? There we go. Guys, I got good news. We figured it out. Doing more Spiritfarer, yeah. It's been... besides, I've been drawing a lot from this game to help me with certain things I'm dealing with. And besides that, it's just a pretty game. I hop on here sometimes to stay out. I get stuck in my head too much, and I start thinking about things I'm not supposed to think about, and it gets out of hand, and I end up in a really dark place. So just having a nice game to play, help you keep distracted, give you something to do. If nothing else, that's a blessing also. And since I started doing this, streaming in general, I've met a lot of really nice people on here. A few more have joined our community since I started playing Spiritfarer. I'm very fortunate that way. Okay, so Giovanni says he's ready to go, but we haven't yet figured out what his favorite food is, so we need to while he doesn't deserve his favorite food, I'll never have it be said that I'm not a good host. So we need to sort that out before we let him go. That's very important to me. I don't think we lost anyone last time. So on our ship we have Giovanni and Astrid, we've got Gustav, and we've got Atul. Hey. We've unlocked the area of the map that you need the stone crusher for. So we've been down there. There's a few new areas. We've got a spirit we're trying to... I'm gonna say schmooze. What do you call when you try to get a spirit onto your boat? They want us to build a house for them, though. Or no, wait, hold on. Yeah, we built a house for them. They came on our boat. They turned into a spirit little bird person, and they left when they found out that their house sucks. Which, fair. What was her name? Started with the letter. Beverly. I was gonna say B, but I was thinking like Beatrice or something. Code. Sir, code, friend. Thank you for the resub. Hope you've been doing well. Whoop! It loves to do it twice. I appreciate it. Thank you for the resub. I hope you've been doing well. I haven't been chatting as much, but just know that periodically I do. Like I wonder how you're doing. As weird as that is to say out loud, I do. Make sure you're doing all right. Think about you and the family, and make sure you're getting enough to eat. Wait, hold on. Oh, this is story, isn't it? Hold on, send you a letter. I feel like I missed something crucial. I wasn't expecting that to be important. Las Vegas yesterday. Jesus, I can't even imagine how hot that would have been. Oh, Christ. It gets above 70 degrees, and I'm on the floor crying. Why are you walking away? I'm feeding you. Stay. Surf and turf. Fish. Astrid's sweet. No, that's who we're talking to here, Astrid. But also, I hope you had a nice time besides the heat thing. Whatever you're up to doing. I know there's I mean, you don't need me to tell you that Las Vegas has a reputation. But, apparently there's a lot of fun to get up to there, so I hope you had a nice time. You know how sometimes you can have fun? Me either, but apparently it's true. Oh, God. 80s-ish. Oh, after 100 plus, that probably is a good temperature to be at. Oh, a tool. We're gonna give a tool a hug. Not sure what you guys all got up to there, but I hope you had a nice time. I said that already. I'm sorry. Me, I'm always all over the place. Code, I got good news. I think our radishes grew. Oh, God. It's radish day. Alright. Oops. Alright. Those were turnips. Oh, God, this is a roller coaster. Man, that was a wild ride we just went on. Okay, so I've got my objectives. I'm trying to write them down here because, especially with my medicine, my brain, things fall out of my brain. Okay, so speaking of medicine, hold on. Where are you at? Hey, girl. Gotcha. All right. So we need to improve the foundry. Bring Giovanni to the Everdor. We need to figure out what his favorite food is first, though. We need to build Beverly's farmhouse. But I think hers requires clear glass sheets, and I do not yet know how to make those. And it's one of those things I'm worried it's just like, maybe we have access to it, I just haven't figured it out yet, because I know we can make glass. Part of me is wondering if it has to do with the foundry in some way, or the smithy in somewhere. There's the crusher, but we don't have the pulsar ingots yet, and I don't think we can until we have Beverly. So that has to be after the glass, just by default. Okay. So as far as things we're doing next, we're like spatially, where are we? Hold on. Are we at Albert's? Well, we can't be. All right. I'm gonna see if there's anything Albert needs. I guess if we have any side quests available, we can go after those. Because our main quests, we're starting to run dry and things right now. Oh. Gotcha. Oh, these are all doable. Okay, let's do side quests today. Or as the game calls them, shenanigans. What is that up there? What kind of indicator is that? I haven't seen you before. It's gone. Okay, hold on. Where go? Okay. Something about our chickens. Oh, they're just okay. Right. I mean that's fair. What a weird indicator. Didn't that look like a bottle of alcohol to you? Am I just projecting? That's not good. Make sure your chickens are fed. Honestly, those eggs are a gold mine. You have no idea how expensive eggs are in this world. They are ridiculous. To the point where I've never bothered cooking one yet. I just didn't have it in me. They're like 4 times as expensive as a steak, an egg, or like 3 or 4 times, somewhere between there. Very expensive eggs. We're at Albert's. Alright, yeah, I'm pretty sure that we don't have what we need to upgrade anything further at Albert's. But we got side stuff we could be doing. There's some places I can go back to and look for some stuff. I got recently got some new platforming skills. So I probably should go back and see if I can go treasure hunting. That's the joke he always tells, every single time. Silica powder, we need a crusher for that. Yeah, we're not even anywhere near where we need to be for him. We just upgraded with that rock crusher, so we'll be alright. If we do bump into any jellyfish, though, we can improve the foundry. So we got that to look forward to. Typically I wouldn't bother with these, but our chickens really like sunflower seeds, so we're just gonna keep doing that. Oh, I didn't even realize we had tomato seeds. That is actually great. Sam Strawberry, good morning. How are you doing today? I'm not sure if your name is always pink on here, because sometimes it changes. On my end, though, it's... I mean, you do seem like a pink name kind of person, and I mean that as a compliment. But, not sure if that was a choice or just happy coincidence. Oh, that's not good. I'm always doing badly all of the time, but you know, we do the best we can. Yeah, you know, we just make it one day at a time. I'm proud of you. It's tough out there. We're just doing our best. Yeah, let's figure out what we want to do then. Kind of want to go get some of that jelly right now, but it's probably late enough where... Let's see, that's Furugawa. So, 2 things from Furugawa. It makes sense for us to go there, right? Let's go there. Wrap up some of these side quests. Get some platforming business. Stay hydrated. All of those things. be honest, Sam Strawberry. Every time you come back, I'm kind of surprised. I never expect people to come back. It's just oh, like don't get me wrong, I'm very happy about it. But anytime someone familiar comes back into my life, it's like, what? Why? Thank you, but why? You know, it's tough out there. I know you're sweet for that.
You like jazz?
It's all right, you know. It's not bad. In my old age, I appreciate a little bit of instrumental, a little bit of music to keep the quiet in your life. You know how you put on a little bit of music to make you feel less lonely sometimes. Yeah, kind of like that. Furugawa, you. Oh my god, I got it right. Guys. Oh, you changed it now. Hold up. Oh, that's an even better one. Or no, that's just because you did the point purchase. That is interesting. That's more of like a purpley. Oh, okay. Sam Strawberry. I mean, I'm sorry you're sad. You don't need a reason for me to compliment you. Oh, hold up. Sam Strawberry. It's an issue when there's several things I could say. I gotta decide on one, because I don't want it to be like uncomfortably I don't want like super real talk. I don't want to make anyone feel awkward, but at the same time, you got some good stuff going on. You are you're a very vibrant person. And like that I recognize that's kind of weird saying, considering you just admitted you're sad, but you're not always gonna be in a good mood. And vibrantness doesn't necessarily mean happy. What I mean is you've got a lot of you-ness all the time. You are always very Sam Strawberry. And I wish I could explain that better. You're just your own person. People who meet you remember you. It's just in life there's people who stand out more than others. And I mean that as an absolute plus. You're just a good addition to... I mean, you've made my life better by being in it. Good or bad or indifferent, you're always just very vibrant in my life. In a good way. It's like all that aloneness, you end up by yourself, you kind of like, at least for me, I know a lot about staying by myself because I never leave my house. And you get in your head and you get alone and you just isolate and you dwell. And you're just kind of like there, snapping me out of it every once in a while, like leveling me and bringing me back to like reality. So, Amber. Oh. I mean, when you think about everyone's Sam Strawberry, it's a metaphor. It's a symbolic. The real Sam Strawberries were the friends we made along the way. Amber, I appreciate you. How did you say your test was this Friday? I'm not sure if I got the day right, but I know you said you had that coming up. You got planks? Alright. Alright. That was meant to be a compliment. I kind of just started rambling. I just mean you're just a very positive point in my life, but more so just, I don't know, you're a very, like, in life, some people are more side character than others. You are very much like you would be the main character of a book. I can't imagine you being a character in a book and not being the main character. There we go. Don't know what that means, but I mean it. Oh, what's today? I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Hold on. Ah. Well, how'd that go? You said you can start treatment now, so that sounds like good news. Am I safe to assume that's a positive? Okay, I mean that sounds good to me. Hopefully. Hope so. What are we doing? Okay, we are. Oh my god, my medicine hasn't even kicked in yet. You know what it is? It's very warm in my room. I don't want to get inappropriate or anything, but I kind of had to take my shirt off, so I'm streaming. So I apologize. We're doing 3,000 Bees After Dark. It's very warm in here. I can start treatment. Okay, well, I mean, hopefully they do that soon. If you need me to, let me know. Give me their phone number, and I will absolutely threaten someone for you. Just let me know. We're a team. We help each other. Okay. I mean, it went well is good. That sounds good to me. Yeah, like I didn't mean like I didn't want you guys to ever see this side of me, but had to take my shirt off. I'm sorry. I'm also not happy about it, but here we are. We are here for a tour guide. Yeah, like you don't want to make a swarm of bees angry. I'm not violent or anything, but I'll be very sad, and I'm an ugly crier, and they'll feel really bad if I just started crying. Oh man, could you imagine the guilt? Oh man. I think you're the tour guide. Hey you, the name's Megan. I run the street team for the Dice Boys here in Furugawa. Okay, you're not the tour guide, but you are the other person I need to talk to. Hold on. We've got hungry fans. There's a rap group in this game called the Dice Boys, and apparently we're handing out CDs. Oh my god. Hey, good morning. How are you doing today? I mean, if nothing else, Amber, I outvote them, I suppose. So just tell them I said it's fine. Oh, we've got hungry fans. Hungry for them bars. Oh God, guys, they're speaking. They're speaking. What's the name? What are we calling the kids now? What's the name for the kids these days? I'm old. Not millennials anymore. What's the new one? Either way, they're speaking slang terms that I'm not familiar with anymore. I'm gonna need a translator. Sam Strawberry, could you tell me what they're saying, please? I'm too old. Like I've got no idea what this means, and I can't say it out loud because it's family friendly. So I'm kind of stuck. The Dice Boys are huge here. This new record, Warning, Sacred Dog, is really gonna push some boundaries, sonically and popularity-wise. I'm just so happy for them. Alright, Big, I appreciate it. Good luck. They've been here for a minute. Okay, I know enough. That's like, because now when people say it, they mean for a longer amount of time. Right. We're getting there, team. Where's my dictionary? It's time people start recognizing their talent. Thanks for this shipment. Really? They gave me 60 records. I assumed I was going to have to hand out 60 of them. That is so much easier. Okay. Fine, yeah, go ahead. The word moist should be outlawed. I love the word moist. It is one of my favorite words, how dare you. Reminds me of cake. Oh, catch me around a cake sometime. It's disgusting. Hello to you. Hello you. Hello to you too. Yes, right. Right. I promise there's a tour guide around here. I'm losing my mind. When you think about it, aren't we all tour guides in a way? You know, or do we need to bring back I say Stellar all the time. I didn't know it went away. Hi. Stellar's a good one. Typically, I use Stellar to describe food, but if we're being fair, most of the things I describe in a really good way are food. Got a lot of compliments towards food. Hi there. Oh, okay. No, I just don't talk to people very much. Where is this tour guide? Who are you? Sell me something. Rice. Ooh. Actually, we do need rice. Hold on. Yeah. Our sheeps. They like rice. Gotta make sure your sheeps are eating. It's very important. Will nobody take me on a tour? Oh my god. Didn't Atul want pork? Atul always wants pork. His favorite food is pork chops, and I happen to have one on hand. In fact, I should have pork chops made up already. Hold on. Should. Yeah. I've got a pork and I've got a pork chop. It's his favorite food, but it's not like... He's specifically asking me for fried chicken, and I do not yet have the fat required to make the chicken. Got the chicken, don't got the fat. We need a crusher. Or something. Right, we're working on it. Why? Are you sure you're the same one who took the records. Hold on. You can't have the same NPC responsible for two different side quests. Are you insane? What's wrong with you? That breaks some game rule. Having the same NPC for two things. Why in the world would I talk to you a second time? Right. Fine. Alright. I'm mad. I'm wondering how much I have to care about this. Erected. Just keep evil spirits away and bless this island for future generations. You can sometimes see islanders stop by this tree in the middle of their journey home. Maybe to remind themselves of a lost brother, their sick child, past lovers. Yeah, like rapper by day, tour guide by night. I guess, yeah. You gotta pay the bills. Legend does say that they have heard it talk sometimes. Well, that's why I talked to them in the first place. I was pretty sure this was the tour guide. And then when they took those CDs from me, I was very confused. Because I remember the tour guide being in front of this tree, so I was just, alright. You got me. Another piece of this island's rich culture. Like, were there not enough people walking around? Like, get one of them to do it. I personally have never experienced loss. Some say I always think of my personal problems, never thinking of others. I mean, it's true. Something bread. Well, no matter, as long as I can carry on doing these tours. Is that... Oh, God, I really don't want to do this. A fair distance place. I love that. They'll run away from you. Since this is a vibrant city, we have a raccoon ink location, considered by most to be the finest source of materials and wares. It is also coincidentally the only merchant business in town. Founded by Theodore Raccoon, these shops are a staple of a thriving economy. Fun little fact, anyone who joins Raccoon Inc. must legally change their name to Theodore. Suppose it's a way to honor their founder. Truly a sign of devotion. I myself do not shop at this particular establishment. I make my own clothes and furniture. Right on. Carpenter too. This man. This man should have been the main character. My God. This isn't particularly noteworthy, but it is a small tidbit in your tour guide life. Right. Is that what I could instrument the most? It is, you know, say what you want about them, they are merchants. So, keep that in mind. They do in fact sell things. This shrine was built using only the finest metals from the ashes of the past Guardian Tower. What? That feels like something we shouldn't gloss over. Hold on. What happened? What was the Guardian Tower and what happened to it? These shrines tell the story of our past. And that story is, give me a second, I'm not sure exactly. Which is why it's so important. You were just... I feel like if you weren't multitasking so hard, you'd be a better tour guide. In my forgetfulness, I remember the purpose of this shrine. The mortal being, of course, always remember your heritage. A powerful thought. Let's move on. This concludes our tour. Just take the money. I just, it's tough out there. Homie never has time to sleep. He's always building tables and rapping. It's tough out there. Out on those mean streets. Carpenting. I know, he just like, well, that's it. I wouldn't be at all surprised to find out that this is actually just like Stella's journey to the afterlife. Like, this is her moving on this whole time. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not prepared to wager money on that, but it would be very fitting because most of the spirits we've bumped into so far have a personal connection with her in some way, and I'd be willing to believe that. But I don't know. Just an idea I had. All right, where are we going? Hummingberg. South Point. Yeah, like, I don't know. We also bumped into that big owl creature, so I know there's something going on, but I couldn't tell you what. I just I'm not sure if it's like, yeah, that's fair. But like, that's the thing that I like, not related to just passing on the job. It just, I'm not sure if I don't think I think that's the case. I think from a storytelling perspective, if I were the one telling the story, I think that's something I would do, to be honest. Have this be her journey instead of like this is her story about moving on. Like, unresolved business, people she knew, something. Haven't given it a ton of thought, but that does seem like the kind of thing I would do. Because you can grow a lot. You can caring for others really shines a light on your insides. There was Gwen and Summer and Atul and one of the other ones. I think Astrid said she looked familiar, which is inconclusive, but it's still a weird thing for someone to say otherwise, just out of nowhere. So like, I'm not sure, I just know there's a few of them. So like, and that's nearly all of them that we met so far. So it's just a thought I had. Yeah, see, that's the thing, like, if you're thinking about it, look at all these spirits. We're like, there's a lot of spirits. We're not fairing all of them. We're fairing specifically ones that relate to us personally. I don't know. Seems sketchy. Probably nothing, but I'm very suspicious all the time. Don't know why. That's who I am as a person. Can't help it. I write stuff. I'm always gonna try to guess the punchline before. I can't help it. That's who I am as a person. It's funny because I don't even want to know. Really don't want to know. It's not often you bump into a story this well told. Like I'm genuinely enjoying the ride, and I'm looking forward to the conclusion. Can't help it though. Oh, we got more eggs. God, I love our new ship. I like the layout. I'm very happy about it. I don't know. Oh, we got room for more chickens. Hold on. Guys, we're going to be doing some chicken stuff. We're going to get you some brothers and sisters. Well, I guess, we have brothers and sisters, sure. Daffodil, you doing alright? I feel the same way. It's really tough out there sometimes. I get you. Sometimes I get stuck in a ladder. I am not fully upgraded, but we're very upgraded. There's nothing I can do. There's one more upgrade in regards to like structures. So like the last one gives us a smithy and things. The last 3 things that we can do I don't have yet. But we are just missing the last 3 things that come in a group. There's 2 more size upgrades, which is hilarious if you see how much unused space we have. Like there is so much space. We just got the rock crusher, so it looks like the last navigational upgrade we need is the mist thing, the mist clearer, and then a couple ones that give you speed, and that's it. But those are, I got to assume those are just optional. So very like the last one of each, I suppose. Where am I? Oh right, hold on. So South Point Docks. Hold on. Oh, there's a few things going on. Let's see where this coordinate, where that is. We can decide if we want to go there. 85, 165. Let's find out. I gotta assume it's gonna be way into the top right. It's 165. 80. Really? Oh, don't do that. I changed my mind. Never do that. Just never go all the way over there. Okay. We're going there next because otherwise I'm going to forget. Yeah, I had heard that they made a few good games. And it's like when a developer makes a game this good, you kind of just give like you take it on trust. Like if they make something else, you're kind of just like you know what, you deserve a new shot with this game. I don't care what it's about. I'm gonna play it and expect good things. Game developer treats you well. You kind of just give them free reign on creative license. See, Farewell Edition's the one I have right now. That's what I'm like. Good morning. Ari! Hello, friend. How are you doing today? Wild coincidence that you happen to pop in. I actually had something I was going to ask you. So that's wild. How are you feeling? Because I know you said you weren't feeling well. So I wanted to know. I mean, unless you don't want to tell me, that's reasonable. Hold on. The studio itself is a couple. I'm not sure how big of a team it is, but yeah, I don't know. I've never heard about them before this game, so I've got no idea. but they do a good enough job. I trust them, I guess. They make something new, I mean, yeah. Let's, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stop by the jellyfish first, and I'm gonna go there. Because we just need some jellyfish to upgrade the foundry. Okay. I figured it was just the last version of the game, like after all the updates and stuff. Like they weren't gonna add anything new to it. It was just that was gonna be the last version. Because that does sound pretty definitive. Oh, thank you. Strawberry. Yeah. A tool's sweet. Alright. Guys, we're going jellyfishing. I do that every single time I'm in here. I just like bonk into walls because I forget that I'm inside. I just try to walk away every time. Ugh. Do we have like a canonical, like is there an in-universe explanation of what glims are? Like, what are glims? I recognize they're the currency, but like in the game world, what are they? Is there an answer to that, or is that up in the air? I'm not sure. God, I'm trying so hard to fish, but you guys are just... Amber, I'm having such a nice time talking to you. I can't look at the fishing pole. My God. Do both. Very important. Like, do 2 of each. I don't see any reason in the world why you can't do both. You've always had really good emotes. Yours, but the that green, those quag emotes that you got, those are really cute too. But like you know, I've been saying that for a long time. I mean, no, yeah. Fine, don't trust me. I see out it. Check the wiki. Gotcha. I've got no idea. I'm curious. Cause like I don't really need to know. It's just like I'm curious. Well, if I'm gonna be collecting something, I want to know what it is, right? I suppose I don't have to, but like. Really? That's surprising to me. Those wikis usually have a lot of information. Alright. What I'll do is then I'll likely send a threatening email to the game creator and see what they have to say. And you're like, why threatening? I feel like in your heart you know why. It's wild. Well, that's what I was saying. In any setting where there's something that people can exchange with each other, you just end up with capitalism. It's a consequence. As soon as you have enough shiny pebbles to trade with each other, you're gonna have people building capitalism. It sucks, but you know, that's how it goes. Even in the afterlife, capitalism abides. Alright, we got enough of those. We should be able to improve the foundry now, so let's improve the foundry now. Let's find the foundry, there we go. Nebula fabric. Ah. Hold on. I gotta believe we have enough of that. Oh yeah, we do. Right. Although, let me punch in the coordinates first. 85, 165. So like, wow, that was actually very close. Hold on. I'm allowed to be proud of that. Oh, I changed the wrong coordinate. Oh, now I'm sad. Hold on. 165. Yeah. That looks about right. I suppose we'll find out. Amber, did you say your favorite character was Gustav? And if not, then who is your favorite character? I'm curious. I know, I recognize that I've been asking you guys over and over again, and I just forget every single time. My memory is garbage. Hey, alright, cool. I'm glad I got it right, I suppose. Oh, this is... Yeah, I was gonna say, that makes this very difficult. Hold on. Camera, cooperate. Gustav is certainly interesting. He gives good hugs. I also like his smile. He's got a really nice smile. For like a tiny head, you really gotta lean in and look at him, but he's got a nice smile. I'm gonna try to get everything. That's the goal. I was gonna stop doing this until I got all the achievements and everything. Okay, so we got a sawmill upgrade also. Maple plank, aluminum. Oh. Look at all the logs you've been dreaming of. Fantastic. Yeah, no, I figured that's what you meant. Okay. Let's do the... I mean, we can do both of them right now. We should have resources for both. If not, they're very easy to get, so let's just do some of those. It remembered. That's a... Oh, God, I love that. Oh, my... Oh, you move so much faster. Wasn't ready. There we go. I got one. Okay. Good. I'm glad. Right. Whoop. So... That should be the foundry. Which is useful because I believe we need to use that foundry to get to, let's see, maple and aluminum. So let's do some maple because that should be fine. I don't know if I have enough aluminum, but assuming I don't, we can take care of that. But let's just do the maple first to be done with it. Never gotten to see a game. Stanley. Huh. Interesting. I'm excited. I love all of these characters so far. So, like, it's interesting to me. As much as I can't condone Giovanni as a person, I feel like his presence is very important also. This game has been helping me a lot with reflecting on things that I'm going through in my life, but also just learning about people, I suppose. You don't have to like someone to learn from them. And I think I've learned quite a bit from him. Whether he intended that or not, I mean, it's still... The world's full of different kinds of people. Okay, so that one's taken care of. We needed to do aluminum. Actually, I can check right now to see what aluminum I have. Can't I? Hold on. So I need 8. How many do I got? Not 8. 2. Alright, well, that's fine. We just gotta go find ourselves a dragon. Oh, that's adorable. Amber, that's wonderful. Alright, so let's stop by Susan when we see the aluminum dragon, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, either way, we've got a long way to go. That's alright. That's so precious. Oh my god. Thank you. Albert is a treasure, let me just say. I love Albert. I don't... There's a lot of good characters here. I've always had a hard time voice acting stuff like that, which is difficult because I'm a DM, and you'd expect me to be able to do voices. I've never been able to do voices. So like we'll be playing D&D and I'm voicing like a little girl, and I refuse to change my voice. So here we are. You don't like it, I'll drop a golem on you or something. That's how it's gotta be. Bad at voice acting. Oh, we got a little baby Cheep Cheep. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I've always wanted to get better at that. It's a skill I've never had. Unfortunately. It's just, I've had a deep voice for a long time. It makes it really hard to, when your voice is really deep or really high, it makes it harder to kind of, I don't know, different tone. Very difficult time with my voice. Like, I have a hard time making it any less deep. Sucks. Don't mind reading. I don't mind getting into character, I can't do the voices. God, I love this game. Oh, that sounds very complex. That sounds like a game that would be really hard to 100%, so just even thinking about it's kind of causing my brain to hate me. Any game I play, I have to complete or my brain just gets mad at me. God, I did Persona 5 and it, Christ, like 250 hours or something to get that platinum trophy. I had to. But I got it. It was a doozy of a game. Sounds interesting. Amber, were you there when I asked my magical girl question? I can't remember if you were in chat at the time. It was a little while ago now. I know Defoe was there. Can't remember who all was there, fortunately. My brain, yeah. Sucks. Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask you my magical girl question. Cause I'm pretty. I know Defoe was there for a fact. Yeah, Big might have been there. Yeah, oh my god. My brain is extra soupy, I'm sorry. But, I've just been periodically asking people this, so, like, assuming you became a magical girl, and you were themed around something, whether, like, it can really be themed around whatever you want, like, a lot of people jump to like an element or something, but what would you want your magical girl theme to be? Like your theme. I'm curious. I've been getting a lot of really interesting answers out of people. I mean, okay, like in a hypothetical situation, you're not allowed to just to say what you already are. That's no fun. My name is Amber. Oh my god, it all adds up. Christ, I never even. Oh no, did I just blow your cover? I am so sorry. Oh, that's too bad. My magical girl theme is ruining people's disguises, right? Oops. Gotcha. Okay. So Amber's magical girl themed around rocks. Yeah, that's valid. Did we teleport or have I just been chatting? Hold on. Are we anywhere? Did we go anywhere? We did not go anywhere. I get distracted so easily. Oh. Right. Alright. Good. It's just, it's an interesting one, I think. I'm just thinking about, like... No, it's a long, nerdy story. Oh, don't worry about it. But it's been a question I've been having fun with. I periodically have these questions I ask people, like, they're usually very out of place and random. One I used to ask people all the time was, assuming you were like, "Oh, Ari, good morning. Ari, I feel like this is going to be very out of place, but I just asked Amber. I've been asking people in chat, if you, like, suddenly became a magical girl, what kind of, like, theme would you want? Like, if you could have, like an element or just anything really, like, just have a theme. What would you want your theme to be? I've been having a good time asking people and seeing how they respond. Oh, see that, Amber? That's what I'm saying. That little green emo dude is just adorable. Oh, Amber, that makes my heart smile. And anytime my friends are happy, I'm happy. But oh god, that reminds me when I used to be in a relationship. Oh man, back in the day. I'm happy for you. I am still sad. So that's too bad. You get good times and bad times. That's alright. If you're sad because you missed some good times, that means you had some good times. I guess it could be worse. I'm happy for you though, friend, for real. Joking aside, that's really sweet. I want my friends to be happy. And you two have always been like, I mean, I don't keep a super close eye on your guys' relationship. You always seem really, really sweet. Okay, that should be the last chicken. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what he was meant to be, but he's really just like green and glowy, and I love him. Like, looks like just a tiny slime boy. Ma'am? Oh, so this loaf of bread is considered small? Have you eaten a loaf of bread? I promise you, it's not as easy as it seems. Alright, fine. Here. Gotcha. I know people have a lot of different emotes. Is that a cozy one? Hold on. Oh, that is a cozy one. That's my favorite. That is adorable. Yeah, like what would you want your magical girl theme to be? Amber ended up with, like, crystals and rocks. I was wondering, I had the ears and everything. I think Defoe said something, it wasn't gravity, but it was something like gravity. So I'm just gonna say gravity. That is very interesting. My emotes are spread between one artist and me. My best friend's an artist, and she made my emotes for me, and I help. I do some of them, she does other ones. So that's just... I couldn't I could never have multiple artists do this. I have different artists do different things for me on stream, but I couldn't have two artists do the same thing, if that makes sense. Like, I could never have more than one artist do more than one emote. My brain would scream at me. There's no way I'd be able to manage. They need to be... Like, that's why every single emote of mine is the exact same oval. They've got to be uniform in that way. Or my brain hates me. See, that looks like Gordon Freeman, but like, I don't know, maybe Spanish? I don't know, like Hispanic maybe? Don't know. But that's always struck me as Gordon Freeman, and I'm sure it's because of the goatee. Do not know. Oh, those are the ones. I believe you got all of them too. Hold on. Yeah. Right? Oh, I blatantly lied. We've got B. Arthur. Because B. Arthur. Oh god, I'm a lunatic. It's very hot in my room. I think I'm hallucinating. What's happening? No, just the emote. I've never seen the person, but just the emote. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I know for a fact, hold on. There we go. Gotcha. There's one more. there's Handsome Bee for you, for your viewing pleasure. Funny story about Handsome Bee. I think I've told you guys how he became Handsome Bee. Oh, hold on. My chat's fighting me. Yeah, I appreciate it for that. Hold on, my chat box is attacking me. Wait. Oh, my computer's fighting me. I need to drink a coffee. Hold on. Anytime I use emotes, I need to reload my chat box. So I apologize. Give me a second here. Okay, hold on. Up. Because I know for a fact Ari responded.
Oh, not the beast! Not the beast!
I know Ari responded. Let me see what answer. Darkness. Oh, that's sweet. Gotcha. I feel you. As a paladin, I understand. I'm a beacon of goodness and truth and justice. You know, maybe. Try to be, you know, you do the best you can. I'm trying really hard. You know. Alright. Oh no, that was a great answer. I intentionally left it vague because I wanted you guys to be able to interpret it however you want to interpret it. The way you interpret is just as much as the important part. Handsome Bee. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's really exciting to... I love the idea of being able to showcase different artists. I love that. It's just my brain, if I had... I have to have them uniform or I would just not be able to handle that. Yeah, it's just, yeah. My brain just hates me. Oh no, let me tell you, I don't think I've told you, I don't think I've said this story in a while. But there's actually a backstory for Handsome Bee. Handsome Bee used to be the same as every other bee. But through the power of respecting his friend's pronouns, he just woke up one day and there we go. He was Handsome Bee. He just, you know, it just happened. I don't know. Ooh woo. Thank you, Big. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Where are we? Hey, Susan. Susan. Hey. Hey, girl. I came back. Did you miss me? I missed you, Susan. 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 I love you, Susan. It's always been you, Susan. Oh, great. While you were slaying fish left and right, I was doing something important. No, I'm not telling you. I'd break my sacred oath as the collector. I am duty bound to take the secrets of the great beyond. Leave my island. I've got more important things to do. Susan, Susan, you make it so hard to hate you. Look at that. Look at that smile. Man, can't help it. Susan, I've got bars of metal for you. What do you want? It's ingots now. Oh, that's just great. I can't wait for you to smelt new ingots. I'm kidding. I couldn't care for a second. I wish you'd smelt that boat of beers down. Go away now. Take this. Blessed. Susan, I just want you to know that really meant a lot to me. Thank you. Jar of honey. I know you wouldn't think I would care about it, but I do. I didn't realize there was honey in this game. We would have been prioritizing that if I knew. Hold on. Honey? I need recipes. Right. I need 35, 15. I need 17 more recipes. We can do that. Hold on. Give one to Alien. Hold on. Wait, Twitch is actually doing... adding batches. Really? Oh my god, I didn't know about that. Usually they like have pop-ups to let you know whenever they change something. They're usually very obnoxious about it. I should have a shout out to her in my bio, but like, when do people ever go out of their way to look at your bio, right? It's like never. Not even one. Gotcha. Yeah, her? Definitely Luxby. Sam Strawberry. Gotta be Sam Strawberry. Because they did my opening screen and my Be Right Back screen, respectively. Mountain Horse is never on here, but she definitely needs one. Like, she's my emote crafter, like, her and I. Those four... Definitely those four. And... I mean, there's other ones. I wonder how many you can have. Because, like, yeah, because I've got a few, like, I've got a lot of people that did little things. Right now I don't have it up. But my border was originally made by, because you know the border I'm talking about, the, this thing. Well, it's behind the game, but like, you know. That thing, in its original form, was made by Queen of Thoughtland. And I took hers and I, like, tweaked it, moved some stuff around to make it a different shape, but it was her design originally. Okay. I think that'd be alright. Yeah. Mountain Horse is never here. As much as I love Mountain Horse dearly, like, she's my real life, off-stream best friend. Like, I've been best friends with her since before I started streaming. But, she's not on here frequently. No hard feelings. I chat with her a lot off-stream. So no worries, but, like... So, like, so then... Let's say Alien, Luxby, Sam Strawberry. And that'd leave me a few open, I suppose. Just because I don't know if... There's a few other people who have done stuff for me. I don't know if they would want that badge. Because Lizzie Inwee, Code DB's wife, she actually made that hexagon background. I'm not sure if it ever came up, but originally she gave that to me. And since I've played with the colors a little bit, I made it a little bit darker. You can see the gradient. Her version was lighter than this. So really, I just darkened it a bit, but she did give this to me. I don't want to downplay that. That's like, I've been using this background for a very long time. You can also make emotes linked to specific people. Oh, that's very... I love that, actually, because, like, that's a thing I've always tried to be mindful of, like giving people shoutouts, like artists and stuff, like, oh, you are just candy, hold on. Yeah, like artists and things, right? It's like, people who do these things, I really just want to be able to, broadcast the really talented artistic people we got in our community. So I love that they're giving you some resources to do that. I've tried to put them in my about me, my bio. They give you very limited space that way. I tried to add links. That is even like more limited space. It sucks. So I'm glad that they're doing that. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but it's like unless you're like actively a streamer though, I guess it would be something that you wouldn't really think about, because it's like if you're from the top and you're not actually streaming, you think about like video games and people talking. Like, how often do you need to credit someone who's not the person doing the streaming? Like I could see someone thinking like the streamer would be the person responsible for the art, and they're right there. So it's like, I think it's just like a case of thoughtlessness. Like they just hadn't considered that was going to be a thing, and it's really nice that they did that in the like at all. I'm looking forward to that. I've been trying to find a nice way to do that. I just never have been able to. What was I doing? Aluminum, yes. Or if you're one of our British friends, aluminium, which is a much fancier way of saying it. Oh. Joe Stories, good morning. Guys, is it spooky in here or is it just you? Joe Stories, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for bringing your friends over. Yeah, my Streamlabs still isn't working. Apologize for that, but here's what I'm gonna do. I can't tag Joe Stories, but if you click on their name, you can follow him, because I promise you, between you and me, if you're not following Joe Stories, huge mistake. Grave error. I don't want to tell you you're living your life wrong, but you should absolutely be following Joe Stories. Thank you, Vic. You're a treasure. That's the one. None of my Streamlabs is just broken at this point. It's just beyond redeeming. Thank you, friend. But how have you been doing? Glad you decided to stop by. It's true though, they are really cool. Like, between you and me, real talk, swarm of bees to whatever you identify as, you gotta be following Joe Stories. You gotta. Here comes. You know what, Big? Thank you. That means a lot. Guys, we're getting there. Joe, autocorrect is like trying so hard to do the right thing. Yeah, Streamlabs has been messing me up. It's like, I'm at the point where I really just like, I'm trying to shift everything from Streamlabs to my Leehorn board. Because I just don't want to deal with Streamlabs anymore. No, friend, what were you playing? Because I can't give you an actual shout out now, so I have no way of, besides asking you. Hold on, we got adorable emotes. Hold up. Are you talking about Joe Stories? Because oh, Joe Stories, your love emote is still my favorite. That's a 10 out of 10. I say this a lot, but people's love emotes are always my favorite because they're always just the cutest ones. Oh, that sounds really nice too. I kind of burned out on Stardew. Like I did a lot of that for a while, but it is such a good game. Oh yeah, Joe Stories. In case you guys didn't know, Joe Stories here is a really good artist. So, good job on being a really good artist. Yeah. Really? Really, Durgan? Bruh. How do I want to climb you. Relinquish your secrets. You are just the most frustrating Noodle Boy, and I don't appreciate it. Noodle Boy, I'm not going anywhere. We'll see who blinks first. I'll cry and then you'll feel uncomfortable. Okay. So, you think about that. $50 once. Jesus Christ. 50 hours. You probably stopped because your body just gave up. My God. You gotta sleep at some point, friend. Yeah. Okay. I used to do 15-hour Stardew streams regularly. Like, that was just the regular time for Stardew streams for me. But 50 hours is next level. That's ridiculous. Oh, Christ. Ah. Well, that's good, because I've never used VIP badges. So that's actually nice for me, then, in that case. Alright, bye, Mr. Dragon. See you later. Working on animation at the moment. Oh, well, I'm looking forward to it. Maple, did you say hi to our guests? Maple says hi. Maple, did you remember to eat today? There we go. Front of mine, dragon. On your shirt. Huh. Sounds nutty. In total, gotcha. Yeah, I was worried. I thought you meant in a row. And I didn't, like, want to question you. Like, I figured you were serious. I just didn't know if I should be worried or not. I used to do 15 streams frequently. I've done, like, hundreds of hours of Stardew. It's ridiculous. When I get hooked on a game, it gets out of hand really quickly. Oh, what was I doing? We gotta smelt some aluminum, right? And we're probably gonna explore some of these islands, to be honest. Huh. You know what they say about streaming? Sometimes people are streaming. Do the best you can. Guys, while we're all here, I've been meaning to do this and I just haven't yet. Would you guys help me name my boat? Because right now all I can think of calling it is Mr. Boaty Boat. And while that is probably valid, I can't help but wonder if we can't think of a better name. Maybe not. Like, if we have to settle on Mr. Boaty Boat, I'll be fine with that. But I want to give you guys the opportunity to assist. You know, nothing you can do about it, so you may as well just let it happen, I guess. Stream. Circle of life. Death, taxes, and streaming. Oh, God. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys something embarrassing. Hold on. So, I had my therapy today. Oh my God, it gives you double medal. Jesus Christ. That is bonkers, Betty. Oh. My birthday. Yeah, the thing is, like, when I play certain games, I just lose track of time. Like, I'm not so happy with the real world. So anytime I can just get carried away playing a game for 16 hours, I'm happy about it. Hey, cozy sweater. Guys, I appreciate you. Cozy, how you been doing? Appreciate coming back. Been having some nice talking about artists and streaming and all kinds of stuff. Doing some Spiritfarer, talking about some Stardew. The Swarm Sailor. I appreciate some alliteration. Oh, the dandelion. Gotcha. A lot of really good people here. And I know what you're saying. You're like, bees, you mad lad. You can't possibly appreciate everyone here at the same time. I disagree. Right. Let's go find some islands. We're gonna do some treasure stuff. Uh, yeah, like, I get that. It really depends on what I'm playing. Like, if I'm doing one of my herding streams, believe me when I say I keep track of what time it is. For those of you who aren't aware, I haven't done a herding stream in a long time. And believe me, I am planning on doing another one soon. It's just like... God, it just, yeah. We're going to be doing another one of those at some point. You would think that, Amber. But plot twist. I am. Summer of 1,000 Sails. Blessed. I don't know. I'm still kind of leaning towards Mr. Boaty Boat. But I don't know. We should do a poll. I say that I wouldn't be the one doing the poll, so I guess it's not up to me. I don't know. I appreciate you guys. Boat-chan. Oh no.
Bees.
Beads. Yes. I'm voting for Boat-chan. Oh man. Oh, notice me, ship senpai. Ooh. Get a free one of them. There you go. I kind of like Boat-chan. Be honest. Oh, lovely. Me and my robot and my MMO Wiggle-chan. Yes. Ah, no worry. Don't even worry about it. It's fine. I'll make people do a poll. How would you feel about Flamin' Firebirds? It's nourishing. I promise you, it's not. Can I get a hug? Ouch. Oh, Defoe. Good morning. My God, we've got a lot of people in here now. All of a sudden, I'm happy about it. Thank you. I'm going to ask the question again that I've been asking, because Defoe, I know for a fact you were here when I asked this last time, but same for all of you who hasn't answered this already, I suppose, or if you want to answer again. I guess there's no rule against it, but if you were suddenly a magical girl with, like, what would you want your magical girl theme to be? It could be like an element, or it could be something just different, like, up to you. Like, what would you want your theme to be? I really would like to know. Dethroned. Oh yeah. It's God, did that play correctly? Guys, we might need to test it out a couple of times to find out. Hold on. Would someone help me with? That seems good on my end, but you guys are gonna have to let me know. All right. I think I'm in bed, too tired. God, Amber, don't embarrass me in my own stream. I'm supposed to be the funny one. Oh, that's a good joke, Defoe. Guys, we got a joke happening. So, there are these two wind turbines in a field. The first wind turbine asks the second, it goes, "So, what kind of music do you like?" And the second wind turbine responds, "I'm a big metal fan." That didn't look like it played correctly. Let's go for another one. Oh, you're welcome. That is that's one of my new favorites. So, hopefully you guys had a nice time. Oh my God, Amber, that is Joe Stories. I'll be honest, I forgot you had a moon emote, and that completes my life. Oh man, that's fantastic. Yeah, like that is just like looking right into my soul. Oh, what are we doing? There's a chest here we need to grab, right? We're going treasure hunting. That's what we're doing right now. That's the 1,000-yard stare. That look on that moon, it's like you just spent the past 4 days trying to plan up this adventure for your party, and they insisted on burning down the village. That's the look. That's that one. That's the one knowing that no matter what you do, your players are gonna find some way to screw it up. And when they do, you blame yourself because you should have expected it. That's the look. Well, I hope you have a nice time. Yeah, please do. I appreciate Cozy. Hopefully you have a nice time. I will talk to you later, I'm sure. Looking forward to it already. Yeah. You guys are... Because I know that's the thing. Like, as a streamer, kind of obligated to compliment you guys. But I mean it. You're all very sweet. And just... Oh, God. I appreciate each of you. I have rough days a lot of the time. And you guys are just there. Out on those mean streets helping me feel better. What are you? Huh. I wonder if maybe we had to talk to the person at the base of the tower. The fact that it's doing that was very weird, because that's the same purpley stuff from those events. Oh, my legs. Goodbye. Okay. Well, sorry. Is that really it? I'd be willing to guess that we need to go do something somewhere else. Maybe. Oh! Guys, that's where the chest is. Hold on. I don't know about getting into that or doing whatever with that light bulb, but we can definitely get over there. I was wondering what was over here. Like, the fact that they kept scrolling was very weird. Streamer. Oh God, not even a little bit, but thank you. That's very generous of you. I do my best, but oh God, no. My therapist keeps telling me I need to start being nicer to myself, and I think we all know that's not happening. Like, he needs to have more realistic goals for me, because that's not, nope. Not even once. Like, that's his fault. Realistic goals. That is adorable, though. Guys, I'm weak. That is, the finger thing. Oh man, precious. Really, buddy, you are over here, aren't you? Hold on. Wow. Okay. That's enough of a difference where, like, I'm betting if we jumped off the very top, it would work. I don't know if we can get it. Hold on. Yeah, that one is just precious. Oh, love it. Did any of you guys answer my Matrio Girl question? No worries if you did. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Right. I don't know. I'm just curious. What a weird question to give people. Oh, right. I was gonna tell you the other question I was asking people. What? There's another question I ask people. Does this really just take you to the top? Oh my God, it does. Who are you? Where did you come from? What's happening? Did I miss that? How did I miss that? What is wrong with me? Well, I mean, that should make it better for everybody. Aww. That was really sweet. You did answer it. How did I miss that? I'm scrolling. I gotta see this. Hold on. I'm finding this. Whoa. Okay, moon, and then you became a moon. Gotcha. That is actually very rep valid. Yeah, I mean, just a imagine just a moon in a school uniform. Oh man, notice me, Earth Senpai. I love that. You've got really good emotes. For those of you who don't know, Joe Stories is a really good artist. He crafted those emotes, and they all turned out really well. But you don't need me to tell you that. Yeah, I think we could have done a better job jumping there. That's too bad. Yeah, we're in it to win it. Go. Maybe. Not even a little bit. Okay, what is happening here? Right. Oh. Okay, my other question though, the other thing I usually ask people, it's so I'm not gonna, for whatever reason, you did something wrong. All right, you're getting a final meal. Like you're on death row. You're dying for some reason. Right. You did something you shouldn't have done. You did an oopsie murder. All right, and you're getting a final meal. What would you want your final meal to be? It's a bit of a morbid question, but this is one I used to ask people a lot more because I think it's very interesting. Like if you ask someone what they would want their last thing to eat would be, I think that's just very interesting. It's a bit dark, so I apologize for that, but it's like... Oh, hold on. Oh. I feel like for a relationship to work, the best relationships have one person that's always cold and one person that's always warm. So the cold person can leech the heat off of the warm person, and they just work really well with each other. That seems to be the dynamic. Like me personally, I give off heat like a furnace. Like I am miserable in the summer. Oh. I feel that. I was gonna say, because pancakes is a good answer for me, so that crepe is just a French pancake. Next big star, let me be. Oh, you're the actor, man. Warmth leech. I prefer to think of it as donating my heat, but you know, be like that sometimes. Oh, guys, that's precious. I appreciate you guys. Like, some of my friends I've made on here are in just the cutest relationships, and I know you're like, well, bees, clearly more than one person can't be in the cutest relationship by definition. I hate to argue with you, but you're wrong, because here it is. Joe Stories and Amber and another couple on here, Mukau. Mukau and Mrs. Mukau are just precious, I swear. Mukau's another really good streamer. That's what I'm saying, Ari. Like, it's weird how accurate that is. Like, good relationships are always someone who's too cold and someone who's too warm. It's wild. It used to be when I was living in Milwaukee, I would in the winter, I was just turning the heat off, and my ex was just clinging to me for warmth, struggling for her life. I'm over there no, I'm warm, you're like an ice cube, and it'd be like that sometimes. Conversation with the BF4, whether nice part. I mean, it's not something you it's not exactly like a checklist you go over every day. I suppose. That's interesting to me, though. I mean, oh, that one has little black tips on its wings. Guys, I love our chickens so much. But no, I mean, I've always been of the opinion that even if you're just supportive, you should be allowed into pride. I'm not going to go into specifics because I try really hard to be mysterious. I myself am one of them pride peeps, but I kind of people just want to be supportive, that's valid. That's very important because, you know, well, like we say, people can't choose what they are. So if they're not, they shouldn't be penalized for that. They're just trying to help, but they're just trying to create the kind of society where people can be who they are. That's very valid. We need more people like that. But I know I don't speak for everybody though, so that's, you know. Oh yeah, every company's gonna be rainbowifying their tags and stuff, so that's gonna be something. On the other hand, rainbows are really pretty, so it's kind of, I mean, still nice. Pride Vaseline, no. No. That's a no. I mean, brave. I saw a LGBT post by Miracle Whip one time. It was wild, let me tell you. You never expect Miracle Whip to weigh in. That one came out of left field. Oh, what are we doing? Hold on. So, hear me out. I mean, if you look at the map, though, hold on. We should have access to all of this bit here. We just haven't been in there, because the cutoff should be over here. So, let's just fast travel to, like, here, and then just blaze a trail to see what's in there, yeah? Why not? I mean, that sounds like fun. Let's do that. We're exploring uncharted territory. Something. LGBT. Thank you. I very nearly, in case you guys aren't in the Discord, actually, let me, I believe everyone here's in the Discord, but let me just, I feel like I should post a link to that. Because the Discord lets you have so many more emote slots. So in the Discord, I've got like 7 different pride emotes to, you know, represent different people. On here, I've just got the one for space reasons, but in the Discord, I've got a few, and there's the lesbian one, and it's like it took every ounce of strength I had not to do a lesbian joke, but like if it was the only one that did a B pun, that would have also been really weird for me. So like it's although there is an NB, so that's I guess there's 2. Guys, there's you know, doing B puns and being supportive at the same time. I am very happy with how that came out. I just, because really that's that Pride Bee. All I did for that Pride Bee was it was the rainbow colors. So like essentially that's really just red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and I put the rainbow filter on it, and it just does that. Like that's how the rainbow flag looks if you do the color change. And it looks like it's moving and shimmering. I think it looks beautiful, but I recognize I'm saying that about my own emote. I mean, I didn't. All I did was copied a rainbow and gave it the rainbow template that was presented to me, so I can only take so much credit, but I think it's really pretty. Less bean. No, more bean. As much bean as possible. Guys, maximum bean. Thank you. I'm very proud of Pride Bee. Thank you. Yeah. Just as much bean as possible. I can't move. Alright. Appreciate you guys. Try to take care of each other. It's very important to me that you guys know that we're a family here. We gotta be good to each other. It's tough out there. Believe me, you know, I know. We gotta be our hive is a family. I may have only been put on this world to cause harm and ruin people's lives, but I promise I'm trying to make you guys feel better. I'm trying to help. I'm doing my best. never goes well, but I promise I care about you guys. Alright, what do we got? Let's go from this one so we can. We've never actually been to Arena yet. So let's do that. Hold on. Zincor, there's a new one there. Oh. I would disagree, Amber, but it is true. I am very bad at everything, so that's fine. Amber, Joe stories, you're both really sweet. Guys, Big, Ari, Defoe. I knew what happened to still be there. I mean, each of you guys are really sweet. Rad people. I tell my therapist all the time, nearly weekly. I tell them how great you guys are. I'm very fortunate. We ended up with a group of really good people here, being kind to each other. You guys making me want to be the best version of myself that I can be. It's like your guys' kindness makes me realize that I need to make sure I'm kind, and that's just very important. It be getting sappy around here, though. I'm sorry. It is just it's not something I can help. I'm sad and I care about you guys. And I know Cozy said that he was doing family stuff, but I want to include him also. Cozy and Ari, I believe, the two newest Hive mates. Let me look real quick. I'm pretty sure. Oh, we had a couple more from a raid we had. Trash Kitty and Beyond, 2 Dark Souls. Believe they're not here, but either way, would absolutely like to, name names. You guys, Ari, you've been really nice company. I believe you're a good fit for the community because you seem really kind, and that's important to me. All right, we're doing explorer stuff, so let's just see what happens. Oh, hold on. We get done here. I want to see how far east we can go, because this seems like a cutoff line, right? But let's find out. Oh, guys, very happy about this situation. That was the goal right from the get-go. We were trying to create the anti-toxic community where people can just not be afraid to be kind to each other, you know. So I think you guys are doing a great job. Oh yeah, that means a lot. Thank you. See, you've likely noticed all I am is I'm just sad a lot, and I'm sad and I compliment people. That's who I am as a person. But like between all of us, we not exclusively, but a lot of people here are going through their own stuff. And Sandwich Walk, I'm home. My people need me. But here a lot of us are going through stuff. We're bad at taking care of ourselves, but we're good at taking care of others. So I've always said that between all of us, if we're all taking care of each other, then we're all taken care of. I think that's important. We're a team. Alright, that got sappy, I'm sorry. We're doing sandwich business now. Let's see what happens. Hey, Defoe, you're still there. Oh no, God, we went past Sandwich Bay. Hold on. Come here. I suppose it depends on which sand. So you think about that. S the Big. You're hungry, again? Are those TVs? What is happening back there? What is Sandwich Bay up to? Hold on. We're giving us the big compliment. Hold on. First and foremost, have some tea. Get out of here. I'm sure Giovanni's hungry, but I don't know what to tell you. That's the Big. Oh, it's you. Our current champ, even. I'll say, as much as I care about you, there's another sheep. As much as I care about you guys, and I do, as much as I want this community to go well, because I do, like clearly I want it to go well, it's my community, but for your guys' sake, I like having a place where from time to time people will message me and tell me that being part of this group has made life better for them in some way. That's really more important to me than anything else. And that being said, as the Big is really like, he like Big. I don't want to say Big doesn't do like behind the scenes stuff. I'm still doing technical stuff. I still got artist people doing stuff. I still set up OBS and stuff. But he really is just as responsible as I am in regards to making sure our community of people is taken care of. S the Big is always here. Always being inviting.
You can't eat.
Jesus Christ,
you know,
Big.
rhymes with sweet, and I'm gorgeous over here, boy. We honeybees over here.
I can't be mad. Eat does rhyme with sweet. You're right. But like, Big goes out of his way to make sure everyone's invited. He talks to people when they need to be talked to. Like, he's every bit as much of a face of the stream as I am. I've got a handful of mods, but I only ever make someone a mod if I genuinely believe that they have this community's best interests at heart and they're good people. 100% is the Big. Oh, well, thanks for stopping by, Joe Stories. It's been nice chatting. You know I like your company, but yeah, get some rest. You are way in the future. Get some rest. I appreciate you, friend. Thanks for bringing people over. Thanks for being otherwise fantastic. I'm sure I'll see you around. But yeah, get some sleep. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Big. But no, that's my dad on that. That's why it's the Big. Do I not get this wool? Did I get wool? Did that sheep give me wool or am I bugging? Why is it just there? That wool is a ghost. Guys, that's the wool of the... That's the wool that I ran over 2 years ago on that dark road. Stella, let it go. It wasn't your fault. It was raining. You lost control of the car. Stop. It wasn't your fault. That wool just jumped out in front of you. I was gonna say, Amber, I thought you were 1 hour ahead of Joe. But, I mean, still, it's very... I'm just trying to visualize the time change. Yeah. I'm just trying to... In my, like, with time changes and stuff, I try really hard to keep track of who's on what time zone. That's kind of why I, oh my god, we've got a garlic bread recipe and garlic. This was the best decision we could have made. What is this? Is this just billboard land? Because I'm not even mad. I'm having a great time. Right. I've got no idea what's happening. We're doing our best. And that really just summarizes life in general, doesn't it? There's another scary light bulb. What awful side quest are you involved in? Oh, I hate that.
What is going on?
I don't know, but as soon as I figure out, I'll let you know. That was so weird. Yeah, it's like for... I mean, you listen to Arrows. Arrows. Right. Thank you. So, like... I mean, Billboard Land's just doing its best.
And this
God.
is to go even further B.
Even further B. I'm so glad I added that. God, I all of my audio alerts I cut out my, like, well, almost all my audio alerts I cut out myself, so that I had to actually take the clip of Goku and edit it like that. Oh my god. Yes. Oh. God. Yeah, I don't understand that. But I know for a fact you've used it before, though. Because I was saying goodbye to Summer, I think, and you used it. It was very messed up. light bulb. I'm guessing some quest has to do with going to round these up. I'm glad you guys like it as much as I do. I care a lot about. I mean, you know, I'll make sure you guys have adequately entertaining bee-related things. All of my audio alerts pertain to bees in some way or another. Oh, speaking of Maple, hold on, Maple. Maple, do you have a fact for us? I cannot remember which fact I have loaded up, so let's find.
Licking my face.
Always with permission. You gotta ask first. What is the current bee fact? Hold on. Oh, by the time I go to OBS, it's gonna be gone. Was that the egg one? I don't know. Bees and beads. That's alright. Hold on. I couldn't catch it. Big, you're very supportive. Beads? Yes. What can I say, Amber? Took the words right out of my mouth. Oh. Blessed. All of you guys. Blessed.
Beads.
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 I'll be honest.
Beads.
Oh God. After.
Beads. Beads. Beads.
Beads.
Ease. Licking my face.
Beads.
You like jazz?
What is going on?
I've got no
What is
idea.
going on?
God.
What is going on?
Oh, here comes Sting.
If you can't compete, you can't eat. And you know eat round quick.
What is going on?
If you can't compete,
You like jazz?
and you know eat round quick. Sweet, and I'm gorgeous over here.
Guys,
You like jazz?
Pause for a moment.
Ease.
I-
Licking my face.
You
I
like
feel like I'm
jazz?
dying. What's happening? Am I having a
What is
stroke?
going on?
Beads.
I feel like is this what dying feels like? Oh God, thank you. You guys are wonderful. I wasn't prepared. Okay, all right. What happens? Where were we? Oh my God, thank you. Oh, I know, right? We've got such good people here. I was gonna say, even further, B is my favorite, but Beads is a close second. I love Beads, man. You'd be horrified if you knew how long it took me to clip out Beads correctly. You say wasted. I feel that's a good use of 3,000 points. And also, so you think about that. You keep that in mind. That's what I'm saying, Big. Oh, Big, by the way, that is a spiffy plexiglass bee you got there. If you don't mind me saying so. If you don't mind me using a little bit of colorful language here or there. I don't drop the spiffy word just willy-nilly, God, I've really got nothing for this man. Have a bread. Just eat bread. Just. God. I do not know what Gustav's favorite thing is that's bothering me. What are you? Okay. Good. Blessed. I appreciate you guys. So what do we got going on? I know you want fried chicken. You never stop. You never stop. It's just that's my albatross. A tool reminding me about chicken is my white whale. Oh, all right. Okay, so now that's out of the way. What are we doing? Like, what are we actually doing now? Hold on. I pick them off frequently, but every time you go somewhere, there's new ones. Like look how many I have. Hold on, let me. Where are they? Look, 117, 36. I grab them constantly. They're just so many. Save them for later. The reason is I don't notice them until we get to moving, and if you jump off while you're moving, you stop moving. So like I always just wait, and then I forget. And can you? That's actually a really good idea. The empty ones, I mean. I hadn't thought about that because you never bump into them because like you're never in this menu. You're always cooking if you're on this page, and in that case, these aren't even there. So like, I'm sure we wouldn't be able to like crush those or anything. I'm dying to find out what I can use that crusher for. We can't seem to do that. Guys, we have to figure out what we're supposed to be doing. Hold on. What do I do now? Where go next? Because we can't do that. Don't have the resources. Don't have the resources. I guess what we're going to be doing is we're going to be saving up 450,000 glims. I suppose, right? Can't build a smithy yet. Can't build our house yet. Alright, yeah, let's save up 450,000. Let's go sell some of these clamshells. Filling guys up with the chocolate and roses. Yeah, that was very sad. Don't get me wrong, I really want to get Giovanni off this ship, but we don't know what his favorite food is yet, and my hands are tied. Nothing I can do about it. I will not have it be said that I'm a bad host. ISP. Internet service provider? Oh my god. Guys, I got one. I'm old and I don't understand abbreviations. Oh. So like, what are we doing though? Like, I don't know what our next objective should be. There's so many different tasks to do. I don't know what I can't figure out which one to do. Like option paralysis. Oh no! In case you didn't know, I play the game by mushing my face into the joystick. Hi, sheep. You are just an entire sheep on my boat. Right. Oh, we should build another stable, shouldn't we? That probably makes sense, don't it? Well, we found a task. Forgot that you can do more than one of these. So we need 15 more oak planks and a full batch of copper. That should be all right. Let's I wasn't expecting to adopt this sheep, but our hands are tied. We kind of had to, right? Like what were we gonna do? Not adopt the sheep? Get out of here! Stop. Yeah. I mean, all of the animations are cute in this game. The animations, Stella is really emotive. Like the expressions she makes are all really cute. Also, I think that's a good way to describe this game. This game is always either pretty or cute. One or the other. At least one or the other. Sad, but even when it's sad, it's still pretty. And then the hugging, absolutely. That is a game feature. Every game should have that. And I do mean every game. There needs to be some Doom DLC that just lets you hug it out every once in a while. I think that adds to the experience. My computer decided it was going to take a second. That's fine. Did we just... Oh my god. We just missed that entire log. Did we? I know. One of my favorite people to hug is Astrid, even though she's not like the cuddliest. Astrid is just like when she hugs you, she's just so fluffy. I think she might be my favorite just for that reason. And I would stream by random chance. Yeah, it is. It's weird how you meet people. Of all of the billions of people in the world, for two people to bump into each other like that, it is astronomically rare that, like, everyone you know, odds are you wouldn't have met them. Every single person. Probably, except for your parents. It's probably likely you would have met them at some point. But, you know, family aside. Right. Oh, I got a compliment happening. Hold on. Oh, this absolutely is, this is absolutely Bees After Dark. I don't know if I clarified that. I am not wearing a shirt right now. This is the PG-13 3000 Bees. So you keep that in mind. I know. She like when you give her a hug, she reminds me a lot of James P. Sullivan from Monsters Inc. Like different color, but she looks so much like him when you were hugging her. Hold on, I'm about to give you a visual aid. Look at Monsters Inc. Oh. Ending of a Pointy's way. That's okay. So you did know Pointy before me then. I was wondering, like I know you're friends with both of us. Pointy's really sweet as well. In case you guys don't know Pointy, Pointy's a sweetheart. But no, I did not forget that we were in fact doing a compliment. Who am I? Defoe. Oh, Defoe. Defoe's a good friend. Defoe's like came right through a raid because streamers like we like bees. I'll be honest, I'm glad I decided on this name because I had a list of a few names I could have went with. Some of them were very not great. Believe me, there was a fighting chance I would have ended up naming this stream Mr. Fister. That's not great. It was about boxing. Don't get your mind out of the gutter. But still, it's nice to. I try to stream different things. Just I like a variety, and I've met a lot of really nice people that way just by playing different games. Secretly a horse. I made one of my alt characters in an RPG I play. My alt is named Secretly a Horse. It's a reference for my best friend. My best friend's mountain horse. Okay, I keep being distracted. Defoe, right. Garlic, yes. Garlic, yes. So, I don't like putting people's conversations on blast. Defoe has more than once said to me that I should be a more popular streamer than I am, and I'm doing a really good job. And just complimenting me in that way. And I want you to know every single time you do. I might argue because I disagree. Defoe is like the two aren't mutually exclusive, but a good friend and a good hype man. Because Defoe knows, like we have conversations all the time. We all struggle with stuff. Defoe's got stuff going on too. Like I think we all do. But to have those kind of issues in your life and be able to extend that kind of support and kindness to another person, I think that's immensely valuable. Not everyone's like that. I think that oftentimes people who go through stuff themselves gain empathy from that. So whichever it is, I know for a fact Defoe is one of the just full of support and kindness, and just in life you're not always able to help people in the way that you want to, but he's absolutely going out of his way, taking the opportunity to be kind and supportive any chance he gets, and that's something I want to shout out about him because it's just more people should be like that. It's, if you want a rambly compliment, I'm game. That's what I do here. Alright. Saw the still shot of this. Was Maple on my still shot? Really? Oh my god. Wild. Hold on. Maple, get in here. Maple, did you hear that? Hold on. Oh god, I treat her like she's my co-host. I will absolutely talk to her. There we go. I just yeah, Alien is responsible for Maple. I was actually in our Discord and she did another character. I think she named her Vespi, which canonically is now Maple's cousin. But like, I saw that, I'm like, yes, I need one of those for myself. Like, I got to. Okay, so did we decide what we wanted to do? Let's see what's going on. Oh, we've not been here yet. And I think one of our side quests wants us to go there, so let's go there. New location. Yeah. Well, that's happening. Let's do a little bit of fishing, I suppose. Appreciate you guys. I do my best. It's funny, like it's a great way to meet people on here because oftentimes you do meet people because of a shared interest, and that's a great way to begin a friendship, right? Like, hey, I like this game too. Because in the real world, you can't. I've always had a problem with meeting people because I don't know how to do that. It's like even if you share an interest, you're in the grocery store, like, hey, I also like that brand of chips. Let's be buddies. You can't do that. But on Twitch, it's like, I like this game. Let's talk. It's amazing. So that's why I genuinely I stream the games I want to play. I honestly, all I do on here is I play the games I would normally be playing, and I stream it for you guys. So like I typically like a variety, but because of that reason, I'm able to. The people who show up also like the games that I like playing. So I've met a lot of really cool people this way. I'm very fortunate. Before I started doing this, I had very low opinion of people. I considered most people to be I did not want to talk to anybody ever. Just did not want to be around people. But the vast majority of people I've met on here are just so good. I was wrong. I've been very fortunate that way. I saw Pointy recently on one of their streams. They do stream very early in the morning because they stream in the morning for them, which is 5 hours ahead of me. So like it'll be like 1 in the morning, and I'll see Pointy go on. Pointy's sweet. Ah, I didn't know. Yeah, I was gonna say they were doing the marriage thing. You know who else recently got married? Don't want to put him on blast or anything, but I think like a couple weeks ago, Big got married. So if you guys want to give Big a congrats, that's very exciting. Did the marriage thing. Buzz. Yeah, time zones are a thing because it's like I recognize that so many of my people are from wildly different time zones. Like once you start having European friends, it's like it's wild. So I try to do streams all over. So like morning streams, night streams. I'll stream at 11 a.m. I'll stream at 1 a.m. You know. It's be honest, I just like hanging out with you guys so much is what it is. If I don't see someone for a while, I end up missing them. You guys are fantastic. If I wanted to just play a game, I could have been doing that a long time ago. Just playing a game, but you guys being here makes the whole experience so much better. If you guys weren't so fantastic, I would have stopped streaming a long time ago. Oh, guys, we've got a new spirit. He appears to be, hold on, let me guess. tuna. I'm betting it's a tuna. Guys, we found a bull man. Or bull woman. Oh, guys, I have it on good authority. Someone I trust has told me that it is in fact a individual named Bruce. So that's interesting. I wasn't expecting to bump into a new NPC over here, actually. That's interesting. Huh. There's Bethany, I think her name is. We've been trying to get Bethany on board. She wasn't, she left, so I'm kind of bummed out about that. Like, we'll have to get her, but we're gonna have to wait, so that's too bad. He's a boar. So those were like tusks then, I'm guessing. I saw them and I thought horns. Gotcha. Albert, Bruce. I don't know Bruce yet, but if they're anything like the other two, like Albert and Giovanni, that's a very specific type of character you got going there. That's very distinct. Oh, hold on. One sec, my family's yelling at me. Be right back. 1 second. What's up? Thank you. Alright, be safe. Love you too. Alright, my family got invited to go out. There's some people they know that own a pontoon boat, so they're going out to spend some time on the lake, and it's very hot out, so I can't imagine it's gonna be a lot of fun. Ooh, alright. Yeah, that's the fun one. If we're talking about like D&D, where I have a chance to, I can't do voices. I can't change the tone of my voice. I've never been able to. But like, if we're talking about, there's another chest up there. If we're talking about like, just doing characters, like saying what the character would say, I can absolutely do that. I can get into character. I just can't change the tone of my voice. Is my issue. But I had a couple that were really like, along the same vein, really like boisterous, the kind of people that walk into a room and they want everyone to know that they are in the room. Bombastic, like the people that just draw attention. They stick their chest out and they talk loud, and they, like, not necessarily a jerk, just a bit of a blowhard. Like, they're loud and they project. They command attention, kind of thing. I suppose would be a better way to say that. Oh, worth the trip. But I've got a couple in particular. One of them is a Jaggereth. Good morning. How are you doing, friend? I am blessed for company today. Actually, I didn't want to say this out loud and embarrass anybody, but Jaggereth is also one of my favorite people. So, like, man, Maple says hi. How have you been doing, friend? No, one of my favorite people to get into character as, though, like, as a DM, you really enjoy being certain characters more than others, I feel. My characters are like my kids, and like real life children, and you're gonna have favorites. But one of mine was, his name's Malgrim, and he's a hobgoblin gladiator. So like, his character, like, he's tough, but he's also like a performer. So like being a gladiator is half fighting but also half playing up to a crowd. So he got like that was just his natural state. He would just be loud and command attention. Really nice guy, but loved to make a scene. And he was one of my favorites to be. Alright, Ari, I appreciate you hanging out, spending some time around. I hope you have a good rest of your night. I'm not sure if you're still feeling under the weather, but I hope you're feeling better. Hope you feel better, friend. I will see you around with any luck. Be good to yourself, please. all that jazz. Kind of already forgot we have a spirit we need to talk to. Let's probably do that. Should I go up to the other crane and glide left? I feel like I probably should. Nope. Never mind. We got over... I love platforming in this game. Even though I've got no idea if I'm doing the correct thing, it's fun to jump around on platforms in this game. It really is. Especially with like the upgrades, like the special jumps. I have a lot of fun gliding around, double jumping. Got my capture card. Hey! Oh my god, that's precious. Hold on. Nekoma. That is a... I say this all the time. People's love emotes are always my favorite. That's so precious. I love that emote. Sir Gilman from Pyre. I'm not familiar with Pyre. Hey, and then you said I mean, I'll take your word for it. I feel like you've got to know me pretty well, Amber. I take that on trust. What kind of game is it? Oh my god, that's precious. Hold on. Oh, my heart. Jaggerith, you're killing me. I can only handle so much cuteness. Stop it. I'm joking. Oh my god, guys. The constellations. Our people's constellations are in the sky. How did I not notice that? Oh my god, there's Gwen. Hold on. I saw Alice over here. There's Alice. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love that so much. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That sounds fun to me. I mean, I have a notepad here for a reason. I get game recommendations all the time. I play very few games, but I promise you I pay attention to the things that people recommend to me. Just I'm very slow to try new games. There we go, let's write that down. Hold up. Ellie Waddle. Who is... I don't know who Nekoma is, but without knowing them as a person, I will tell you that I'm a big fan of them. They're one of my favorite people now. Because, like, look at that. Adorable. Hey. That's really sweet. Somewhat... No. Group of people... Okay, I was kind of meaning like less story-wise and more functionally. What kind of game is this? Is it like a roguelike? I mean, chili beans are my favorite kind of beans. Ask anyone. That's really cute though. Blessed. I love that. Oh, I might have seen them. I don't know. You see enough emotes, they start blending into each other. I don't know if I've seen that one before, but it looks familiar. That is like the uwu face is kind of like it. One that a lot of people use, though. Ah. Gotcha. Ooh, did we just overshoot it? No, we didn't. Right. Yeah, like RPG is like vague enough where like it doesn't completely explain like what's going on. But at the same time, it's like, I feel like that's enough to let me know like what's going on, right? It's like, it's an RPG. Numbers and, you know, character customization and business. I love that. I'm a big fan of Yoshi's Island. And actually, the very first game I did Pacifist was Yoshi's Island. I've done a lot of them now. In case you guys are curious about my pacifist stuff, I've got a playlist for our pacifist games on the YouTube. In case any of you guys are looking to, you know, look at a really sad person uploading VODs to YouTube. Oh man, do I have a channel for you? Oh. Alright. That's a little disappointing, but I'm a big fan of numbers. Massive nerd. I'm not saying it's not a good game, I like numbers. Right. Wait, that's when what is happening here? Hold on. So it's all the way over here, so there's no way we're crossing that gap then. Hold on. So, how am I? It's down here. How am I gonna get up there? I keep forgetting Bruce is here. He's just waiting on me. Oh, hold on. No, wait. Whoa, Okay, how can I do this? If I hold down, will it let me? No, it won't. God, how am I supposed to do this then? I don't know. Let's forget about it for right now. Can't seem to figure it out. Oh, also I did a funky... What funky thing did you do in Super Mario World? We finished Super Mario World with 6 kills. Total. And I've been... Like, that's one of the ones. Like, I've wanted to go back and see if we can clean up some of them. That's like a solid 6. Like, it's gonna be very hard to get rid of those 6. Let me just say, they're a pretty mandatory 6. Help me out over here. There's this guy over there. Don't look at him. Look at me. Yeah, so that guy. Are you like being suspended? Why is there a rope around you? Mario World, but you have the screen off. Just keep your TV turned off. Do it blindfolded. Smell only. Oh my god. Yes. My idea for a scratch and sniff RPG is just taking off tremendously. Why does everything smell like plumber? That's not good. It has been making life difficult for us. Actually, that's interesting. I saw this video of this guy who's blind, like 100% blind, playing Ocarina of Time. And it was the most insane thing. Like, it was honestly one of the most impressive things I've heard in my life. He had this surround sound thing set up where if something happened on the left side of the screen, it came out of the left speaker and right side, so he could tell what direction things were based on sound. It was bonkers. Oh, yeah. I mean, I know a couple Kaizo things that you do, but not very many. I'm very bad at video games. It's been screwing up our whole operation. I'm finally beginning to do shell jumps. A little bit. I can't get into any details with you. Let's just say it'd be great if you could take a permanent vacation. Buddy, we're all dead. I just need you to take care of him. Got it? Do it nice and quiet. You don't look like much, but I can see it. You've got the eyes of a beep killer. Buddy language. Let's see what you can do. Bruce, I don't appreciate you being like this, Bruce. I still respect you, but also stop. Hi. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Okay, relax. Wait a second. Those two knuckleheads ask you to intimidate me. Stop looking at me like that. You can drop the act. I can't be muscled out of this job. I've got mouths to feed. I'm not gonna let two tough guys boss me around. They were so obvious too. They're asking around for someone to help ship contraband to other islands. That's not gonna fly with me. Yeah, tell them what you want. I don't care. Make something up. I don't know what. You told me that you would eat my goldfish one by one until I broke. That's messed up. Do you like that? I've got others. I'm actually a writer in my spare time.
You can't eat. And you know eat rhymes with sweet. And I'm gorgeous over here, boy. We honeybees over here.
Appreciate that, Shagarth. We are in fact honeybees. And also thank you. New York. That actually makes a lot of sense because, like, the New York Stock Exchange has a big statue of a bull outside, so that's actually very reasonable.
He's licking my face.
Yeah, sometimes. Periodically. Link section of this. Hey, looking forward to it. I'm actually a writer in my spare time. I'm very bad at every video game, so I've been doing, I'm not sure if you've heard of Quickie World, but I got through most of the way of Quickie World. I've been meaning to go back and finish it up, but we got to the final world of Quickie World. There's three worlds. We got to the third one. Been meaning to go back. Got several levels into Quickie World too. It's a lot of fun, but I'm willing to admit that, like, they're on the easier side of what people do for Kaizo stuff. Like, they're beginner Kaizo. Anyways. As long as they get off this dock and move on, alright? Good. Guys, can we stop and appreciate how cute Astrid is? Look at her up there. This is the most precious thing. Blessed. Look at that. He's shaking in his boots. What a coward. I couldn't see from over here. What did you use? The backwards tangerine? Jesus Christ, buddy. I said PG-13. You can't just be mentioning the backwards tangerine. God, I'm pretty sure that's still illegal. I know it's been outlawed. Alright. The old tightrope shuffle. Doesn't matter. He looks broken. You broke that, man. You know, I'm doing the best I can, alright? For that, you get the privilege of giving us a ride. Guys, I'm beginning to think Bruce might not be very nice. Let's go to your boat. Oh, yeah. I've seen people do that. I've never had need for it. Like, I've never played a Kaizo ROM hack that required it. There is just an entire hummingbird. Hold on. What's the hummingbird doing? Why? Is Bruce the hummingbird? Hold on. I've seen it done. I've just never needed to. I've never played a Kaizo hack that required it of me. Worst I've ever done is shell jumps and I mean regrabs, but that's kind of like those are the most basic things that those kind of hacks require of you. Still like finicky, but I'm not gonna say that I'm like using all of these advanced tricks. Those are just a couple things that I'm still picking up, you know. Oh, charming, gotcha. I was under the impression he was gonna be a butthole, so I'm glad he's charming. I was worried. I'll be honest with you, Shagarath. I can barely do single shell jumps. That's something I've always struggled with. I'm trying. I've done a few successfully to get through some bits, but like there's one level in Quickie World called Color Code Cove that requires you to do several in a row, but you don't like have to throw one up. You're grabbing them out of the air and doing it. So it's a little easier, but there is one part that has to, you have to do a few in a row. It's a very, very fun level. Hey you, what are you looking at? Really? Oh my god, that's it. Bruce, let me just say, thank you. Oh right. You don't look at him. I do the talking. My brother Mickey is... Oh my god, I was right. It is the hummingbird. Oh, blessed. I'm so happy about that. He's such a big, loud person, and he's a hummingbird. Yes. If you have a question, you gotta go through me. My question is, which one of you am I gonna hug? Because I'll hug you both. first full Kazakh I played was Super. Really? Kapish? Kapiska? Right. You did a pretty good job with bullying that idiot. Easy stuff. Your brother doesn't think you've got the chops to run this boat. We might just take it from you. Yeah. Buddy, I'm the god of the underworld. Let that sink in. See you around. Alright, take care. Be good to yourselves. Stay hydrated. That is a very strong hummingbird. Can we be real about that? I am in fact intimidated. Oh, you're right. Right, you gotta eat something too, don't you? Have a lobster. God, why? Why do you just... That's the problem. I rarely ever feed Giovanni, so I forget what I give him. Yeah, he is. That hummingbird is beefy, let me tell you. Oh. No, I've not, I don't, yeah, like, I'm not nearly that good yet. I've done some quickie roll. I've done most of quickie roll. I'm gonna be nice to myself and say I've almost completed quickie roll. I wanted to go back and finish it up, but I you know, I also need to be humble and honest and say that quickie roll is one of the easiest of those games that are considered Kaizo hacks. Like, they get much more difficult. But it is very hard, but like at a point where I'm able to, with a lot of perseverance, I've been able to get through levels, and it's so satisfying when you finally get through the level. It's just like the best feeling. I love it. Construction worker, I mean, yeah, both of those, yeah. So like, so yeah, a lot of the ones that I'm not able to do, but I watch people play Kaizo hacks every once in a while. One of my favorite streamers to watch that does the Kaizo thing is the Beast. If I'm ever looking curious about a Kaizo hack, I kind of see if he's done a bit of it, and usually, yeah, like he does quite a bit. He's done a lot of them. He's one of my favorites. I have a particular fondness for the Beast just because he's also a family-friendly streamer, and like I know of quite a few family-friendly streamers now, but it's rare that you have a family-friendly streamer that gets big. He's like maybe the only one. Like, I'm not saying other streamers aren't nice, but I mean specifically family-friendly. He might be the only popular streamer I know that's family-friendly, and I kind of appreciate that. Alright, let's see if we can make that other sheep thing. Like I keep wanting to, and then I keep forgetting. Ooh, our chickens be hungry. Right. And like, no shame or anything. I'm not gonna be like, you're a bad person for using no words, but at the same time, that's just the kind of stream I like to have. And when you see like nobody else does it, it's a little disappointing. I've always been of the opinion that like there should be a variety, you know. There's plenty of non-family friendly. There should be a little bit of family friendly out there, a little bit. I just like having a more wholesome community. Yeah, I guess. But I think that's also a shame where adults can't. Well, I mean, adults can enjoy the family-friendly content, but the fact that people don't target adults with family-friendly content, I feel like that's a statement itself. The fact that they don't even try, because there's no market for it. Yeah. Well, Chagareth, I appreciate you, but my mental disabilities would prevent that from ever happening, unfortunately. But that's also really sweet of you to say. Oh my God, we've discovered a new place. It's really nice of you to say. But no, there's no way in the world I could manage that. I barely have it in me to get dressed every day. Yeah, like, I've swore on stream before. Rarely. Like, my stance is save it for when you mean it. Don't just sprinkle it into your conversation. If you're genuinely upset, yes, by all means. Like, it's better for you to use a swear than to hurt somebody. It's just, I feel like most of the time it's not necessary. Like, a lot of people, it comes from a place of, like, learn new words. If you want to express your feelings, learn new words. Words are used to express yourself, right? I just feel like it's, some people do it a lot. You gotta show us what you're made of. You gotta go fight some. Oh, you're the guys. We've been trying to find the NPC that lets us do this. Oh my God. Once we get Pulsar Rays, that's going to give us so much good stuff. Like, that'll open the door for several other things. Raised in a way that swearing isn't something that's outlawed. Yeah, it's just like, I've done it on stream. I don't think I've ever once told you guys to stop. Because you guys don't do it that often, just every once in a while, right? It's like, this isn't a police state, this is just like, I want to make sure everyone's having a nice time and no one feels uncomfortable, but we're adults here. My opinion is profanity isn't making something non-family friendly. It's really just like vulgarity, and some people like to be really edgy. They'll go out of their way to say really mean, dark stuff. And I'm not about that. Profanity, like, yeah, maybe keep it to when you really mean it, but at the same time, as long as we're being nice to each other, as long as we're not like going out of our way to be vulgar, and I consider that family friendly. Family friendly to me is us being kind to each other, you know? Yeah, that's about it. Being good to each other. Basically, it's how I use them. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, if you're really upset, if you're genuinely need to get those feelings out, and that's the only way you can do it, then absolutely do that. Like, that's fine. If that's your way of letting those feelings that you need to get out, then yeah. I just feel like there's usually a better way to do that. But, you know. Actually, I don't know if I have any. I've got a couple words banned because someone was giving us a hard time at one point. But I'm pretty sure that most of the swears are not even filtered on my chat. I haven't checked in like a year, but as far as I know, like, they don't even get censored in my chat anymore. I don't think. Try not to. It's just like, that's the thing, like, you guys should have the option. I'm not gonna say you can't. That's not my place. I just ask that we be mindful about the language we use. And I think that's fair. There's that. I know at one point someone was saying a couple very specific, inappropriate things. Like, I'm pretty sure I banned that, but I'm not positive. I do not know. Scout. Do you call me Scout? Is that the thing? Oh, it is very dark. Hold on. Ah. What are you doing there? I didn't know the circus was in town. You need to get down from there. You're not allowed. I paid good money to live here, alone with my things. If I wanted to see an acrobat, I paid to see one. Stop trying to rob me, you burglar. Ah, guys, we tried to burgle him. It didn't go well. Yeah, like, I mean, that's fair, though. Like, I don't think that... I don't believe that reflects poorly on you. Like, I genuinely feel like swearing doesn't make you a bad person. I try to make sure that we're all mindful about the words we're using. Because I want to make sure everyone's having a nice time, you know. But no, I mean, you know, sometimes you drop a spicy word here and there, it's fine. I myself, I've mentioned this before on stream, and I never really get into details, but I used to be like, if we're talking about like edgy teens, oh Christ, if you saw me in high school, it was very embarrassing. I was incredibly edgy. No words and just saying really dumb stuff. But you know, we grow and we learn from things. We try to do better, you know? I'm always trying to improve myself. Okay, so hold on. What am I doing here? Burgled failed. Burgle failed. Yes. We'll get him next time. We'll try harder. I think, like, that's the thing though. It's a conversation I've had with people. You can have a world of kindness and still say really bad words. Like, there's no reason you can't. So people ask me, they're like, well, what does family friendliness bring then in that case? And I really just believe it comes from a place of being more mindful about the words you use. And by extension, just thinking about others. You know, like, we gotta be good to each other. Try to make sure everyone's having a nice time. I think it just lends itself to an atmosphere where we're all making sure everyone's having a good time. So I mean, I want to say the anti-toxic community. I want to make sure people know that they can be in chat, talk, be friendly, let their guard down without the feeling of being attacked. In an atmosphere where people are saying really nasty things, like, that doesn't necessarily translate to them being mean, but I myself personally, like, you feel like you want to be on guard a little bit, like you're not sure what's, I don't know, hard to explain, but I've always just preferred us having a wholesome thing here. Okay, so I don't know if I can get up there. It doesn't seem, yeah, I'm just having a hard time getting up there. Although, we can now do the pulsar things and that'll unlock several other things for us. So let's do that, yeah. Yeah. Like I was saying, I don't mind if you guys say that stuff like that, but if you're using it in a derogatory term, like a way to make someone else feel bad, then absolutely no, that is not tolerated in the least. I can handle you guys saying no words. Bullying is a big one. I catch you guys being mean to each other. Nah, I've got a very low tolerance on that. Like you know, your boy Bees. I try to be accepting of everybody, but I don't do bullying. Nah. So we do some copper. We can get another sheep corral for our other sheep. So let's do that, because otherwise I know I'm gonna forget again. So let's do that right now. So I already forgot a couple times. You know what it is? I'm not sure. He hasn't streamed in a long time. And I know a couple people here are familiar with him. I'm not sure. T-Mocker and Valdissimo, if you guys are familiar with them. If not, Mookow. For those of you who know Mookow. We all used to follow this streamer named El Harbor. I'm not sure if you guys ever had the the pleasure of meeting. But Elba Harbor is genuinely, I say this a lot, I say this about all you guys because I care about each of you and I've got nothing but nice things to say about you guys. But I'm not exaggerating when I say El Harbor is genuinely, easily one of the most kind, wholesome people I've ever met. He's got nothing but just caring in his heart. But he's just very kind, very wholesome, very wholesome. And when I first started streaming, it wasn't like how it is right now. Like if you go back to, there's a couple clips from the very beginning, and I'm pretty sure like not only was I dropping profanity, I'm pretty sure there's like just some in the clip because it was happening frequently. And I talked differently, and that was back. I just started, and I bumped into L's stream, and as a family-friendly streamer, he was so inviting and friendly and wholesome. And I've been going through a dark place. I'm still in a dark place, but when I showed up at his stream, I felt like it was like I'd been holding my breath for a while. Like it was fresh air, just being in a community of people who had nothing but nice things to say about each other. And that's when I knew. I'm like, yeah, I want to be able to do a family-friendly thing. I want to be able to provide that same experience for people that he let me experience. Us being good to each other, being nice to each other. You don't have to question it. Like, someone's being nice to you, you don't have to wonder why. It's just, we're good to each other. So, like, he's always been my role model. And he stopped streaming a while back. But nothing but respect. He's always been my kindness role model. Okay, we got 2 sheeps. Yeah, bullying is one of my big ones. I've only got like a couple rules in my Discord, but bullying is the one that I draw attention to. I cannot abide bullying. Alright, so we're gonna do that pulsar thing then, yeah. So that's this one, right? Hey, right next door. Hey, Defoe, good morning. Actually, that's a reminder. Give you a free hydrate because I'm about to take a gulp of water. Hope you guys are, well, I mean, staying hydrated, but otherwise, being good to yourself, being kind to yourself. And part of being kind to yourself is, eat, try to eat. I'm guilty like everyone else. Some days I don't eat. But, do your best. Try to eat if you can. Take your medicine if you should, I just said I care about you guys, and I mean it. I'll be the mom friend to remind you if I have to. Exactly. You gotta be kind to everybody. You included. And I know that me saying that's a bit hypocritical, I get that, but like, points for effort. Trying to be kind to yourself, that matters. Ideally in a perfect world you would be kind to yourself, but we're just doing the best we can. It's like, it's hard out there. Do what you can. I'm proud of you for doing what you can, right? Oh, we're gonna find out what you like to eat. Hear me out, guys. I've got a pretty good track record for guessing what people like first shot. So hear me out. Hold on. What about? Wait, where'd you go? Where are you at? Wait, really? Pub food. Bruce strikes me as a pub food kind of man. Oh. What? What do you think you're doing, kid? My brother here's allergic to crack. No. Guys, I failed. Stream's over. Going home. God, I can't even look at you guys. Don't look at me. Don't look at my shame. I'm spiraling. I don't know what to do. Up is down and left is right. I've got nothing else to give him. Hold on. Maybe it's just specifically that because of crayfish, because he didn't say no. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah, like that. I'm willing to believe that I got that right. It's just crayfish specifically. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make him a corn dog. Now you're a corn dog. Okay. Is a corn dog pub food? Hold up. I know I had another pub recipe. Because, yeah, we don't know that I was wrong. We're just, he strikes me as a pub food kind of guy. And I absolutely mean that as a compliment. If you ever been in, like, a bar or a tavern or a pub, oh, good food. I associate bars with cigarette smoke and greasy, tasty food. I think I have 2 recipes for that. I should. Where's my other one? Kids are just really mean to each other. Teenagers are the meanest like, not even teenagers, I guess. Kids are the meanest people. Like they're brutal with each other. You get out of school and it's just like, yeah, it's wild. People have a lot of capacity for badness. That's true. But I'm surprised, frequently surprised by how much good there is. I've met a lot of really kind people on here when I would have been willing to wager that there are very few good people in the world. And I'm frequently proven wrong. By you guys. Where I go to with parents. Ooh. Oh, I mean, I get down to some pizza. I'm not sure if you guys knew this. I am pizza's biggest fan. So in case you're wondering, you're like, I wonder who in the world likes pizza the most? There you go. You found me. It was me you were looking for. I drink every day, but mostly it's water. So, we do the best we can. Just because I've already drank enough alcohol for my lifetime. That's why. I've already met my quota. So that's really nice, though. I like to think, like, I have a hard time getting down to real world bars and stuff because, like, they're so, unless you know the people that are there already, you can have a nice time if you know people. I imagine it can be a nice environment. But oftentimes what I see is just, like, sadness and people treating that sadness with alcohol, and it's a very unpleasant situation for me because I myself am an alcoholic. I relate alcohol to a lot of negative things. But like, in Dungeons and Dragons, taverns are like some of my favorite places. Like, I have so much fun creating taverns for characters. It's lively, you got different characters with big personalities. I can design a menu. I can do different labeled alcohols. Like, it's just, I have a great time designing taverns. Do like a bar menu. Oh man, that's my favorite. I get in D&D, any business that sells food, I throw myself into. Give me a chance to design a menu, I'll have a blast. Hey, Cozy. Appreciate it. I get really drunk and message sweet nothings to peace. It honestly, Defoe, I know what it's like. You drink and you're out of your head and you say stuff. Don't worry about it. If any of you guys ever get drunk and message me stuff, don't worry about it. Believe me when I say it's happened before, and it's fine. I'm not going to hold it against you. Or if you say anything you regret later, you can absolutely just say that you were drunk, and I'll probably just go along with it. No worries. Life is short. It's fine. I'm not gonna hold things against you guys. I care about you guys all the time. Hey, looking forward to it. Oh God, Amber. There was a point in my life where I was drinking half a gallon of vodka every single day, and let me just say, it was horrifying. Oh God. For a few years, I fell asleep every single night by blacking out. It was wild. I got used to waking up with just a puddle of vomit. There. It was a very dark place. So believe me when I say you're not really missing much. Buddy, I've brought you the food. Consume the corn dog. Don't chicken out, just charge at them. Don't be a coward. I wanted to feed you something. What is happening? What is happening here? What? What's happening? Are we going from the top or are we coming from the side? What is going on? Oh. Yes. The answer is both. Okay. No. Really? Oh, this is wild. I forgot where all my platforms are. Oh, no, you don't. Get back here. Why are you as fast as I am? That's not fair. That's cheating. Oh, you were just all over the place. Worth it. God, it's not fair. Yeah. Gravity. Oh, my arch nemesis. Doing things. I'm very bad at doing things. Really? Oh my God. Oh, they're dancing. Lovely. Oh, that's fun though. Oh my God, that one's so much like that. That one's wild. I had a lot of fun with that. Like, I screwed up a lot, but I'm actually kind of, it's like, you know, I don't mind. It was just, I was having fun. God, when was the last time you had fun? Full drunk at least once and with friends. See, that's my problem. I never drank to have. Whoop, honeybees.
And you know, eat rhymes with sweet, and I'm gorgeous over here, boy. We honeybees over here.
Do be honeybees, thank you. That's my problem. I never drank to have a nice time. I always drank to be drunk because I have a lot of things in my brain that I can't deal with. So I always just drank to black out. I would drink until I black out. I'd wake up. I would reach for the bottle. I'd drink until I fell back asleep. Like, I would just spend days like that. Anytime I woke up, I would just drink until my brain turned back off. Wasn't drinking to have a nice time. There's a difference. Some people can drink to have a nice time. I was never able to. So that's where my issues came from. It really just depends. Depends on why you're drinking. If you're drinking because you need to be drunk, then that's can very easily become a problem. Oh, school business. I mean, Chagrin and Amber, I don't want to be the one to keep you guys up. As much as I love your guys' company, I want you to be able to, get some rest. Did you see that, Mickey? You kicked Major butt out there. You know what? You finally found a good name for you. So you're getting promoted. I don't know. It really is a slippery slope. Once you find out that drinking makes some of the painful things go away for a bit, you want more of that. There's nothing wrong with that. If you're dealing with stuff and you find out a way to make it stop for a bit, that is dangerous. That's very tempting. That's a problem. Knowing your limits, but people are very bad at knowing their limits. So I think it's very valid. Know your limit. But I would put the caveat of people very rarely know their actual limit. Because by the time it becomes a problem, or by the time they realize it's a problem, it's too late. They don't know it's a problem until it's already a problem. Ah. Well, Amber, you know I love your company, but I'm also going to worry about you because that's who I am as a person. You're going from kid to scout. Who doesn't like scout? No one, that's who. Oh, Scout was the name of the girl from To Kill a Mockingbird. That was a good book. Atticus Finch. Oh man. That doesn't mean you can slack off. You're still under the us in the hierarchy of life. Now scram. You've got things to do. I feel you. I don't go into details, but my own mental health situations. I take a few different medicines, and each of them make me tired. So even with all of them combined, I get very disoriented, and I can't sit upright. And I need that to be able to sleep, but sometimes that's not even enough. And it's very unpleasant because I'm like everything around me is spinning. I can't move. I'm having to focus on breathing because I'm just so out of it, and I still cannot fall asleep. So I just have to lay there like that for a few hours until it wears off enough where I can take more and try again next time. I hate it. It's very rough. So when you take sleeping medicine and you get really out of it and you can't sleep, it's just like, yeah, I just got to ride it out until it wears off, and then better luck next time. That's my struggle. Oh, it's been getting sad. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I try not to get into my stuff because it's just real sad. But we got that star medal, finally. So actually, let's see what we can do then, because that should allow us to do several new things that we've been wanting to do. So, that's everything for our crusher. Oh my god, guys, hold up. Let me write that down. I'm gonna write a few of these down to make sure we keep track what we got going on. So we can do our crusher. That is 7 pulsars. Make sure we look. I'm trying to be better about keeping track of what we need for what. Because I forget things all the time. A lot of things can cause. That's a problem. A lot of things can cause a lot of things. Many things share the same symptoms. So I don't have that clear glass sheet yet. So that one we can pass up on. These I have. Yes, those I have. So let's look. I don't think... Oh! I forgot we got the upgrades for these too. Guys, we can do this one. Let's see, the chicken coop upgrade. I'm actually... Believe me, I've been trying to find things to do here, so I'm sorry it's just taking me a second to write these down, but we have a plan going forward now, and I'm very happy about that. So let's see. I've just been trying to find stuff to do. And then ectoplasm. Wait. Oh, ectoplasm I don't have yet, do I? Never mind. Right. We'll do that later because I don't have that yet. Oh, it's disappointing. Ash plank. Okay. Hungry sheep. Oh, it feeds them for us. Guys, that is great. Hold on. Anxiety does do that. Believe me. So, let's see. One more. That'd be 9 more planks. Let's do some ash planks. We can upgrade both of those. Our new sheepy sheep friends are gonna have a nice place to stay. What I think is very interesting is after our conversation, after our talk, we ultimately ended up deciding to name our boat Boat-chan. So now it's Boat-chan. And I think that's very important. Just us and Boat-chan sailing the 7 seas. Notice me, Boat Senpai. Say something. Oh, you can see. Oh my god, guys. I'm gonna cry. I gotta stop. I gotta stop or I'm gonna cry. Why am I like this? I'm so sorry. Oh, I get emotional. Alright. Alright. So what does that do? It said they're not hungry now. Either I'll feed them or do they just not get hungry now? Because if that's the case, that's wild. Hold on. Linen fiber. Oh, that's just fiber. Oh my god, I never thought, like, I never leave fibers because, like, when do you ever need a fiber? Hold up. Do I got any linen? Is this linen? This is cotton. Do I have linen? No. Heck. Okay. Well, I'm gonna find some linen. Alright, that's fine. Cross that bridge, I guess. What else do we got going on? That's such pretty music. This game is a blessing. Oh, what do we got going on? Glass. Comet powder. Did we... Okay, we can make a crusher. And we have the stuff to, we have access to the stuff to make a crusher. Crusher would make that comet powder. And this upgrade is part of his story, so we can finally progress that. So let's write this one down. I'm very happy about that. We've been on needing to make this for like 6 years. Which is just very impressive because I haven't been playing this game for that long. There we go. So that's the thing, one leads to the other. Let's see what else we got going on. Aluminum pulsar, that's also a glass sheet. So once we get a glass sheet, once we figure out how to make glass sheets, we'll have a couple other things to upgrade also. So as of right now, we're gonna go make a crusher, and we're gonna go from crusher to a tools upgrade. And if we come across any linen fiber seeds, we gotta snag some of those as well. Yeah, let's. I'm very excited about that. Hold on. So what do we got in our area? There's still quite a few things there. Gold ore, really? That's wild. Let's stop by Francis though first. We got quite a few things we could sell him. Yeah, and we are still working towards this one here. We gotta save up 450,000 money, so we're working towards that. Sorry, friend. Yeah, it's... God, it's rough all over. I've got no way to help you. I'm sorry. We got here already. Oh, I think... Did we finally get that up? I think we got the speed upgrade. It certainly seems like we've been getting... I don't know. Maybe. We got errands. Yes? Yes? Hey. On one hand, I need that jelly. Oh no, we already upgraded that. Okay, yeah, cool. Stuff. Oh man, you guys know how I feel about stuff. Nebula fabric. Do I have, hold on, do I have any nebula thread or anything? I do. We should have enough for that also. Yeah, I try to. I wish I could help you guys with stuff. I recognize I can't. That's just. I want to be there for you guys, but like, on my end, I can't say that's enough. You can say that, but if I feel like wouldn't be my place to be like, I'm here for you, and that's what you deserve. No, that's very not okay. I just, I recognize I'm not doing very much, but I promise if there's any way I can help you, I'm here. I just, it's just an issue. You care about people and you want to help them, and then you're in a situation where you can't, so it's just like tell me what you need, and if I can't help, I can listen, if nothing else. I try to. It's rough talking to people that you care about, because yeah, you want to... Did I just sell that thing? Oh my god, my cow coupon, hold on. If I want to buy that back, how expensive would that be? You just... Darn it. Ooh, big spender. Yeah, that's the thing, it's just at the same time though, as someone who cares about you, I can't just be like, well, I can't help, so that sucks. It's like you're always going to try to help. I'm going to keep asking if you need anything, whether you do or not. I'm going to keep saying I'm here to talk it, even if that doesn't help as much as I'd like. Can't do much, but we can do our best. Try to. Hey, buddy. Take a walk with us. Smash, smash. Oh. I know you're probably hungry. Just stop. Okay, so what do we got in regards to that crusher? I'm pretty sure we got everything we need. Hold on. Because if we do, and I think we do, we can make that right now. Comet, marble, wait. Slate, quartz, marble, comet. So, oh, that's pulsar is a kind of metal. Okay, that makes sense. And then that should be everything. Yeah. Oh, this is one of your story locations. What a wild coincidence. Let's make that crusher then, because then we can do a tools thing. We have all the resources we need to do that right now. We've yet to smelt some pulsar, but let's see what that's like. We recently upgraded that thing, so it's actually I'm very happy about that. It said hungry sheep are a thing of the past. He did in fact get hungry though. So did they get hungry slower maybe? Just trying to figure out what's going on here. Also our chicken friends there's something going on with them. My god. With 6 of them in there, they really go through that corn. Whoa. The good news is those eggs sell for a terrifying amount of money. So we are rolling in egg money. We are egg rich. Ooh. We're egg millionaires. What else do I got going on? There's an indicator. What was the indicator? God, I got distracted again, didn't I? Oh, Christ. Yep, sure did. Story of my life. Two, three, two. Okay, two. Alright, so what do we got here? This seems pretty straightforward. Yeah. Funny how easy this one is. I mean, they're all easy. It's not meant to be a super hard minigame, but I don't know why I was expecting more difficult. Because Pulsar, I'm like, we're forging star material. I expected it to give us a hard time. As metal as that sounds. It's a very pretty blue. Yeah. Real pretty. Okay, so ash planks, we need 15. Let's see how many ash planks we got. Okay. Oh, while we're here, may as well, because we're right here. We need 5 zinc, so that's silver. Pulsar ore, hold on. Zinc, iron, zinc, zinc, zinc. Where's my zinc at? Did I use it already? Hold on. Zinc, zinc, where are you? Aluminum, zinc. Really? Alright. Okay, Amber, good luck. I want good things for you. Hopefully you get some good rest. You deserve some rest. You're a good friend, and I appreciate this time we get to spend together. Got a package to declare. I'm very excited. Find out what's going on. This is another one that takes 2. So we do this one, and we just need 1 more ash plank, and we got that crusher. With the crusher, we can do a tools next thing. Oh, guys, I'm excited. Oops, I'm not paying attention. Oh, it's rough. It's very hot in my room. It's very hot in my room. Between my sleeping meds and just the terrible heat in here, I'm a little loopy. Apologize. On a good day, I'm barely here. Has to be declared, really. That's interesting. Coming from a place that... Like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not even sure what that means. What do you mean, declared? That's not something I'm familiar with. Ash plank. Good. Nailed it. Perfect. Guys, we're gonna locate. We gotta decide where we want this crusher. Oh. Well, I mean, like, hold on. So, hold on, I got an idea. Hold up, let me see something. Whoop, not that one. Go back to where you were. Hold on. So, hear me out. What about something like that? Or... yeah. What do you guys think? Not sure. In my mind, that looks pretty alright. Although, here's what I'm gonna do. To help for the future, when we're doing those mini games and things, hold on. I'm gonna swap the zip line and the air thing around. Hey! Oh, I was gonna say, actually, I'm glad you said something. I would love to be keeping you company in the kitchen. Yeah, that sounds good to me. But also, the week of like the 13th or the 14th or something, this coming month, June, my family's going to be gone for a couple days, I believe. So if I can get things finagled just right, there's a less than zero or greater than zero chance that we can do a third cooking stream. But we'll have to see, because like, it really depends. I've got to do some planning for it, right? So we will see. Let's do one of those. Yeah, I was going to move it over on top of the coop, but from here I can glide over there if I wanted to. That is an adorable animated emote you got, though. Hold on. That's so cute. I will personally private message you to make sure you're there for next time, because I to this day I feel bad about last time you weren't. I didn't make it clear that that's what we were doing. And last time I had a good time talking to people, but like, oh god, the food that was made was disgusting. This time, I'm making sure we're gonna have good recipes. I like ones that I've tried before. They're gonna be good, they're gonna be easy to make, you guys are gonna have good recipes. Have a good time. We'll see. Alright. Kinda wanna go break in my new crusher. So we're gonna, hold on. Pulsar. Wait. Oh, that's cute. You need to use the crusher for one of the ingredients for the crusher. For 3 of the ingredients for the crusher. That's adorable. Alright, we got the recipe. So that's what matters. Oh, and the ectoplasm we needed, right? And this I needed the linen fiber. Alright. We're getting there. And away we go. What? Oh, love it. Oh, it's so magical. Okay, Chagger, I appreciate your company. You're always nice to talk to. Hopefully you get some good rest. I'm sure I'll see you around. Take care of yourself, you know. Hope so. Do the best you can. Oh my god, hold on. Oh, hold up. Sunflower oil. Oh, hold on, comment. I'm gonna do these. How long does this take? Is there a mini game? Oh. Oh my god, that's so much fun. Guys, I found my favorite building. Oh, that's my favorite thing in the world. Oh, is that 5? Because I'll be honest, I'm willing to make more. I need one more. let's do it. Hold on. We're just gonna do this real quick. I love this so much. Ah. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. It's not even like the games are like everything else is a mini game. This is literally just for pushing the button. Push X to match. Oh, lovely. All right. Oh my God, hold on. We've got a lot of stuff we want to mash. Oh my God, you make silica powder out of quartz. Hold up. Okay, so carbon. We might have enough to upgrade this building then already, because we needed silica, we needed carbon, and we needed. I think we can upgrade this thing right now. So let's do that because, like, guys, I'm having a great time. So like, let me. I'm pretty sure that's what all they were, but let me double check, make sure. Oh, I love this. Our ship is looking nice. Garlic. I'll go for some tomatoes. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with or if you guys have done any amount of gardening in your life, but tomato plants smell really nice. They have a very distinct smell. I love that tomatoes plant smell. Besides just otherwise loving tomatoes. Tasty. So, carbon powder and silica powder, yeah. We need 6 comet powders for a tool. We need 6 for that, so we do need to make 2 more comet powders. Although I get the feeling like if we upgrade this, we'll get more material out of, yield more. So it makes sense to do this first, to prioritize this one. So let's do some pulsar ingots and then go finish upgrading this thing. Let me just write down how many of those we need. So like comet powder 6 and silica also 6. Okay, so we're going to prioritize doing that one first. Guys, I'm beginning to feel like I know what I'm doing. This is unusual. Never happens. God, I think I did the pulsar, didn't I? Hope so. Suppose we'll find out. Got that pulsar ingot money. Alright. I'm gonna be honest, that Francis music that's going on, I'm a huge fan. Okay, silica. God, I love this. If this is really what it's like, I mean, I can get paid to do this if you want. I mean, if anyone's got a job doing this exact specific thing, then let me know, because I will do it. Okay, comet powder. Is that it? Really? Alright. Need 6 of these. We also got sugar now. We finally got access to fats. And the form of olive oil. One more and that should do it. I love that though. Each of these machines is so technical in this game. This one is literally just wham wham. Rock go burr. Oh, lovely. Carbon. Did I not do carbon? Oh, I'm an idiot. I wrote down comet twice. See how we have extra comet? That's fine because we needed that for a tools place. I had meant to do carbon. I wrote down comet twice. That's fine. Just means we gotta smash more stuff. I'll manage. Well, I'm sure it'll be all right. Coal goes fast. I'm not sure if yeah. I wasn't sure at first, but it seems like coal you have to smash less times, which makes a world of sense if you think about it. I just, it seems like coal goes extremely fast. That makes sense. It's not something I was thinking about. Certain rocks require more smashing than others. It's my new favorite room, yeah, on this boat. Oh. We just happen to have everything for a tools place then, I suppose, don't we? Oh, no we don't. Let's, we're one ash plank short. Honestly, I could just let this thing go straight through and it would probably give me one plank. Like, you have to go out of your way to get 0 planks. Alright. Fully upgraded a tools place and we finally got to progress his story. Hey, surprise, surprise, Bruce likes the Crusher. Shocked. Can I access the building without you talking to me? Thank you. No offense, but, you know. Okay, we made sugar. Let's do some olive oil. Is this how you really make olive oil? I love the fact that it comes in bottles. Oh. Lovely. Oh, double and everything. Alright. So, let's make something, because I know for a fact I finally caved because I really just want to get Giovanni off of my boat, and I do not know what his favorite food is. So I looked it up. I'm willing to admit defeat. There's no way I would have guessed this was a thing. Bizz. Yeah, I wouldn't have. Yeah. So we're making his favorite food, and we're kicking him off of our boat. I'm gonna harvest some of these trees, and we're gonna go see what a tool's up to. It's been a very long time since we had to do story stuff for him. Now we've got silica powder. We've got so many more resources now than we did. We very well could be ready for another upgrade from Albert as well. We'll see. Big, I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurk. Way to go, Sprout. Oh. This all looks amazing. You got it all. My house has never looked better. I'm sure the other passengers are already jealous. But let's not rub it in their faces. Oh. So... he still wants fried chicken. Is that it for him then? Seems like it. Okay. And Bruce is here. He seems really keen on us having this crusher. Scout is pretty quick on her feet. That's beautiful. Mickey can already hear the smashing sounds coming from inside. Well, there's a explanation for that. If you're looking for a solution, let me tell you. I think I've cracked the case. I'm sure she's about. I'm sure she's a beaut. Okay, that messed my brain all up. Try crushing something. It'll make you feel good. Let's get some of that rage out. What? I'm not gonna explain it. A child can do this. I love that they all explain their thing. He's just like, just smash some stuff. Do it. You make the machine go smash. Yeah, that's about it. Here's a few rocks to get you started. Let it roar. I'll wait here and listen to the sound of crushing. It's a very specific kind of person. Beef fondue is Giovanni's favorite thing. It's unlikely I ever would have combined those two things, and it's very unlikely I would have given them to him. So I'm going to accept that that's an instance where I did not figure out what his favorite food was. I'm willing to admit that, and we're going to give him the fondue, and we're going to kick him off our boat. Because look, it's old-fashioned, and typically that's not even the kind of thing he likes. Like, that's wild. Yep. I failed that one. I'm okay with that. We need to find him now, though, don't we? Giovanni, where are you at? Gustav, Atul, Bruce, Astrid. He's the only one I don't know where they are. How do I not know where you are? Where do you go? You're not on the couch, you're not on the lounge, you're on the deck. Where, though? Oh, why, actually? Hey. Eat. Bambino. You have got to be kidding me. My favorite dish, ever. Tangy, sweet, salty. You can't beat beef fondue. God, I want to disagree, but he's right. My mom used to make this for me after a night out. Still tastes like home. Alright. Like, I might not like him. I'm of the opinion that everyone deserves their favorite, it's your last meal, right? Like, we gotta, I might not like him, but that's very important to me. That being said, where even is the bend? Oh my god, we're so far away from every bus stop. Alright, we got... I mean, at this point, can't I just go to the gate? Like, is that as far? Even? Hold on. Like, how far is the gate from us? Hold up. We need more of those speed upgrades. Where's the gate? Oh. God, alright. We're way out here. Alright. It's fine, it'll only take a minute. We'll have to stop once we hit the Comet area, but it'll be alright. We're on our way to go to Giovanni. I feel like we'll be fine. We'll tough it out until then. And like I said, I will not have people going around saying that I'm not a good host. You come on my boat, I don't care how unpleasant you are. You're getting your last meal, and it's gonna be what you want. And you're getting a hug after. Oh, that's a new one. Cuttlefish. Can I just like yell at it from the deck? No, thank you. If only we had a zip line that led up here, that'd be very nice. Or did you like it last time? Don't phrase it that way. God, please don't phrase it that way. Ready to have some more? I like that even less. Stop. Just stop using words all the time. Alright. So we should be on our way. Oh. We're new to this area down here, so there's a lot of region to region, there's different fish you catch. So we've been periodically catching a new one every once in a while. Oh, if we cook enough dishes, also Susan's going to give us some honey, and I feel like that should be our priority. Like all things considered, because you know, I feel like we should focus on getting that honey. You're a new fish. What are you? You're behaving very weirdly. Oh, I hate that. Oh, that's gonna bug me now. Each fish behaves differently when you reel it in. That one was pulling away from us very quickly. Every time we let go of the line, it nearly got away. Oh God! Now I just want to fish until we find another one of those things. We gotta do more fishing. We'll do more fishing. I'm mad. Nematode, good morning. How are you doing, friend? I'm still doing Stardew stuff, Spiritfarer stuff, right? God, I'm tired and it's very hot in my room. I'm a little delusional. We're on our way to say goodbye to Giovanni, so you got here right just in time. We gave him his last meal, and we're kicking him off our boat. Oh, I'm very, very tired. Alright. Guys, the good news is we finally found a passenger that we're not gonna cry at when they leave. So I'm happy about that, because to be honest, that summer one got me. Man. Like, Gwen was the first one, so I wasn't prepared by then. It was like the first time, so it was just like, Christ. When Gwen left, I was a mess. Oh. Yeah. Like, you know, like, I try not to judge, you know, different people, but at the same time, get off my boat. No hard feelings, but leave. Right. Yeah, we gotta make sure everyone's having a nice time. Here we are, Bambino. You know I'm not exactly thrilled, but I've gotta go. Ready to bring me there? Yes. Yeah, I think it's the best decision. Okay, let's go. Make sure people are doing alright. We fed him. I think we were especially nice to this guy. All things considered. I was talking to Ari about his design, because he very much looks like someone combined Simba with Scar. Like, imagine Simba as like a bad guy. Like, that's so accurate. He's got like the Awimba waist strut and everything. Like, it's weird how accurate that is. Like, imagine Simba, but with all of like the flamboyancy of Scar. Like, that's it. Like, look at that. Christ. You can't tell me they weren't at least inspired by The Lion King, because, man, dead accurate. I still want to hug him, but I'm worried if I hugged him, I would smell like body spray for the next week, is my concern. Like, he looks like he smells like body spray and leather, and I kind of got an issue with that. Friend, I don't know if I asked, how are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. My game froze. Oh, really? I was asking people earlier this too, but it's like, it's something I used to ask people pretty frequently, what they would want their last meal to be. Whether it's like a death row situation or what, but like, I think it's just really interesting. If you knew it was going to be your last meal and you could have anything, what would you want it to be? And it's kind of morbid, but I feel like that's just it's something I've always asked my friends about. It's like, I think that's an interesting one, because like, you don't really think about it, and then all of a sudden it's like you're really thinking about it. It's just like, yeah. Hey, I'm glad there's less pain. Less pain is always a good thing. There's at least 3 different kinds of food out there, so it's very difficult. Like 3 minimum. You know what, Peanut? The second I saw you, I knew you were someone special. Someone who, no matter what happened, would always be there and do the right thing. I could see that in people. See the cracks in them. It's easy light shines through. Guess that's why I fell in love with Astrid. Astrid. She was the toughest nut you could imagine. But she had such an intense light inside shining through. Warmth and fire, too. Her laugh made mountains tremble. Everyone was happy when she was around. I was happy. I've always spent so much time making sure other people were having fun, making jokes and being the funny guy. But they only came for her, really. Her majestic, raw, radiant soul. But you, Bambina, you've got that look in your eyes. That soft, killer vibe. I saw so much of me in you. Your bravery, your sense of humor, your gusto. I know it's hard doing what you do, accompanying people towards their end. It takes more than guts to do something like that. It takes a soul of steel. But hey, good news. You've got it. You've got it, Bambino. Even if you doubt, even if you don't have faith in yourself. I have so much faith in you. So much faith in your strength. I believe in you, Peanut, now and forever. Hey, if you need anything, I won't be far. I'll be right there, standing right beside you. I'll always be there. Always. It's easy for me to give him a compliment here at the end because it's like it's sappy and we're probably supposed to feel a little bit. I know I shouldn't leave so soon. Believe me, I wish I could have stayed longer. Right here with you, Peanut. Promise me you'll take care of Astro while I'm gone, okay? And don't miss me too much, will you? I've never deserved you anyway. But I've loved you, and that won't stop even if I'm not around anymore. ones who really love you never really leave you, you know? Life is amazing, isn't it? A whirlwind, a tremor, a flickering flame. I've tried so much to live to the fullest. I regret nothing. Nothing but leaving Astrid. Nothing but leaving you, Stella. I wish I could have seen you grow up even more. But here we are. Alright, pour yourself one for me, will you? Ciao, Bella. Joking aside, I've been very honest about how I feel about this guy. I've got more bad to say about him than good, but I think something could be said that I think in his own way he does care about those people. Like I genuinely feel like he does care about Astrid. It's just the kind of person he is. And I'm not excusing that kind of thing. I'm not blaming the victim or anything, but that's how he is. That's what he knows. That's how he's had to be where he is. So it's just like, I try not to judge people because their journey might have made them different than you. It's where they've been, and we really are just doing the best we can, even if people make mistakes. I'm not saying that those mistakes aren't bad. I'm just saying we all have a different journey. We all do dumb stuff every once in a while. But I think he can care about people. That's just not the kind of person he is. I think that's reasonable. I'm trying really hard to. This has been interesting for me in regards to, like, I don't know. I think I've learned a lot in playing this game, which is interesting. This is the second time we've been here. So we're gonna, if you haven't been here before, we're about to fight this owl monster. There's a owl demon that we're gonna do battle with. I'm assuming he's the final boss. What is going on over here? It's still scrolling? Why? Okay. Alright, so I gotta be sappy, that's who I am as a person. But that's my dad on that, for what it's worth. Okay, so what's all this about? Iberico. Oh. Yeah, that's a classy choice that you got there, friend. Sushi's an interesting one. I've always been a sashimi kind of person. Yeah, I expected that because we got that with Gwen. It's just interesting because, like, we haven't got that with anyone but Gwen so far. So I wasn't expecting that to be with him. But also just, I figured, but just from one picture I couldn't glean much of a story yet. It was just, I'm guessing him carrying some boxes. It's just, well, like I said, without some context, I'm not sure. Like, there isn't a story yet. It's just a picture of a guy carrying some boxes. So I was expecting the next one was gonna show some more. Oh. Don't you do it, game. Game? Game, just for once, please don't make me cry. Please, just this one time. Just stop. Just knock it off. Oh my god. You know how excited I was that we were going to get rid of somebody and I wasn't going to have to cry about it? don't. Look, I mean, if nothing else, that kind of goes what I was saying. Like, we're all products of the things that happen to us. You're the kind of person that you need to be, kind of thing. Blammer, good morning. You're here just in time. We're trying not to cry. Oh, this game has a way of just bringing it out, man. How are you doing today? Hey, appreciate you. I give you a shout out. My Streamlabs isn't working, so I'm just gonna say you're fantastic and I appreciate it. Instead. And so you return, Spiritfarer, humbled by your confusion, your disarray, your fear. This owl man, I was saying this last time, he's a bit of a jerk. Doing good today. Hey. Fantastic. You love to hear it. It's very warm where I am right now, so I'm thinking about dipping out here and taking a shower. Just I think that'd be very nice, but it's definitely a nice day to lay back and take it easy. Time and again you call me by my name. Whisper echoes of my essence to those too afraid to hear it. As you stand before me, hesitation floods your heart. You seek to tame, but you only serve. And now you truly see me. See what I inflict upon those you love. All these paths you've crossed, these souls you've embraced, their lives intertwined with yours, their faces etched upon your memory. You've opened your heart to the suffering of others, and in return, their sparks warm your heart and shape your fate. Every spirit a reminder, every spirit a goodbye. What do they teach you? Their struggles, their drama? Their memories, your memories. Are they saying their farewells, or are you saying yours? But you are not yet ready, Stella, and these souls still need you. Carry on your task, Spiritfarer. Soon your time will come, and we will meet again, for the last time. Oh, spooky. Alright, Mr. Owlman. Maybe take it easy a little bit. We're all just trying to have a nice time, you know. We're just relaxing. I don't know why you gotta come in hot and swinging. You're kind of ruining the mood a little bit, if I'm gonna be honest. But you know, all right. I feel like Owlman wouldn't be like that if he got invited to more barbecues, and inversely, he would get invited to more barbecues if he wasn't like that. So that's kind of like a cyclical thing going on. Too bad. Chicken and the egg kind of thing. Major update, we got tomatoes. Things grow so fast, I don't even bother watering them anymore. There's no point. They just grow very fast. You're hungry, right? Oh, no. We just said goodbye to Giovanni, so she's gonna be sad, right? I don't know how I feel. Should I be sad? Should I be happy? Angry? I can feel his absence, but at the same time, it's as if something has been fulfilled. Completed. You know what I mean, Munchkin? Am I a bad person? Is it okay for someone to feel liberated under such circumstances? I'm sorry, Stella. I don't want to sound ungrateful. I'm still a bit shaken, but not lost. At least you're here with me. That's the most important. My heart is stronger because you're in it. She's sweet. I think that's very valid. Like, when people have that much... It's like people who care about other people get hurt more easily as a result. And when things like that happen, like you could absolutely call... It really depends. That's her ex-husband, and he was cheating on her a lot. So I'm not sure if, on the strictest sense of the definition of abuse, but he was making her life more miserable. So with him being out of it and her having that relief, she's that kind of person that feels for other people. So along with that comes a lot of guilt. Like, as soon as you recognize you're feeling better because someone else felt worse, that's a terrible feeling. But at the same time, only good people think that way. Like, a bad person wouldn't even stop to think about that. They would just feel better. So I think the fact that she feels that in the first place says a lot about her character. But you know, that's my that on that. We're gonna keep going. Eggs. Make sure our chickens are eating. Make sure our sheep friends have food. Okay, so it seems like we had to feed them before, but I guess that I would assume that's because they were already hungry when we did the upgrade. Because this one's gonna be hungry, right? Yeah. Okay. So once we get this upgrade, we'll stop having to feed them. They'll just never get hungry again, which is wild to think about. We just need some linen for that. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a special trip. I want to make sure I do that, and I know I'm going to forget otherwise. So let's go, I think it's about time we go get some more linen. Every time you say goodbye to somebody, this vegetation spreads. I'm pretty sure. It seems like it. Let's see. So we need some linen fiber. Linen seed. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Alright. Got that to do. What else do we got going on? What do we have in regards to... Oh, he really just wants us to crush a rock. It's funny because we already have done that. Oh my god. The next quest for Astrid is just let her live her best life. Her abusive ex is gone and we're tasked with making her happy. Guys, priorities, hold on. Astrid, we're gonna make you have a nice time. Hold on, we're gonna make her favorite food. We're gonna give her a hug. Hold on, guys. This takes priority. Oh yeah, that's happening. What other food we got? Hold on. When I'm told to make someone feel better, first thing I think of is food. So we're just making sure that box is checked off, and then we're gonna go from there. Okay, she likes fish. Anything else she likes? No grilled veggies. We're gonna do some grilled veggies also. Or tell you what, just rice. Yeah, we're gonna give her the time of her life. Stories, yeah. I mean, you've got a lot of really good stories. Name a Toady. I know you go through a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna go through all the, I'm sure there's a lot of things we can go over if we're talking about sadness, but you are such an interesting person. And I don't want to be weird about it, but it's just you have so many cool stories. You've been places and you've done things, and it's just I like hearing about you just making friends with deer, and it's just wild. That's my favorite example by AG. That's interesting to me. That's what we're doing. Well, okay. I've got a question for you. Can someone be said to be a writer if the stuff they write is just utter garbage? Is that fair? Can that person still be called a writer? Because if that's the case, I'm a writer. I've got stories. Terrible ones. Let's crush a rock. Oh, That's adorable though. Friend, you're a blessing. Thank you. That's actually really sweet. So I mean, you got there's just I don't know. I mean, what I said earlier, I'm gonna repeat. You're just a very interesting person. You got good stories to tell. Whoa. You crushed that rock like there's no tomorrow. I could hear it beg for mercy. That was pretty amazing. That felt good. You got some chops, Scout. I know you'll be able to do this next job. Look, Mickey needs a house. Not just any house. He needs a palace. Marble, gold mirrors, indoor palm trees. Jesus Christ. Oh, guys, we just recently found a spot on the map that had gold ore. We haven't accessed any yet, but we're finally... Oh my god, I got marble. We're gonna need to get that gold. There's a spot that has it, we just haven't been able to access it yet. But that is, I mean, we can do something. Bit of an ask, but you know, bigger projects means we get to be more, it's more rewarding when we get it done, right? Something that would make our neighbors back home furious. Get it done. Crib. It's very strong memory. Oh. I remember, I've got memories from my grandmother's nursing home and my grandfather's nursing home, different points in time. Just, it's funny what you remember. I remember the smell of my grandfather's nursing home. And I was like, I had to have been all of like 3 or 4 years old. And my grandmother's, I went there from like 2nd to 5th grade. After school, I went to her place. And I've still got memories of walking down the hall to her it was one of those old folks' homes, so walking down the hall to her place. Very, very young. It's funny what sticks with you. So what do we got? Turnips. We're just gonna make some grilled veggies. Of course you are. Friend, you're a treasure. You're just... Oh, man. We dressed him up instead. God, that's blessed. That's what I mean. You're just... That's wonderful. Hey, you. Have you picked a first mate yet? If not, I'd like to volunteer. A tool. Daffodil's right there. Come on. Obviously, I have excellent credentials. It runs in this family. To be honest, I don't want to take orders from the cat. Well, I'm sorry. Stella, you're running around all the time. You've been doing all these errands for everybody, putting others in front of your needs. When I look at you, I see a little bit of myself. Did you know that? I want to let you in on a little secret. You might love to run around and help all these people, but you need to take some time for yourself. That is very wise, Atul. Thank you. That's valid. I used to volunteer a bit at an animal shelter. It's just I got to a point where it killed me not being able to bring them home. So I continued to periodically after my therapy. I stop by the animal shelter around there, and I drop off food and whatever supplies they need. But I can't volunteer there anymore. It breaks my heart to see them. Oh, that is really important because that's something people don't think about. These old people, they get lonely and it's just, you know, until you're that kind of lonely, you don't really appreciate how precious it is to have just someone to talk to. It really makes a world of difference. You can't do loneliness justice with words. It's just like it's a beast. A little bit of human, just know someone's there and they want to talk and spend time with you. That's the most important. Like that's you're wonderful for that. Anywho, that's something I've never got to do myself. It has been a very sappy stream. I'm sorry. I think very highly of you guys. God, I feel that. I feel like people who are the saddest know what it's like. I feel like that's where people get their empathy from. You go through it and you don't want other people to go through it. You get a lot of kind people who are sad. Unfortunately. The kindest people are just the saddest. Well, anywho. In this world, on this boat, that's why Viv and my daughters don't have me around anymore. Well, at least we got each other, Sprout. Is that part of your story? Feel like it is. Probably. Actually, that since you mentioned that, I for a while, I had an idea. And I recognize it's probably a stupid idea, but hear me out. It's something I thought of a while back, because I've always wanted to help start like a charity or something. Like I've always wanted to be able to help people. I can't, but it's always been a dream of mine to be able to. So, oh, animals are a blessing. They really are. Like I've always held animals in higher regard than people, because like animals don't lie to you about stuff. You treat them good, they'll treat you good. They want food and to be loved, and in return they love you. They consider you their family. Like lying and betraying each other is a people thing. An animal would never even think of that as a thing that could happen. They don't. They just take care of each other. So I just like animals. But no, I've always wanted to do like a charity thing. I sold you my thing instead of bought the thing. I thought I was buying this. Oh my god. What are you? Hold on. Coffee, bean, corn, linen. Let's go for 6 of those. I don't know how much linen I need, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be it. But no, my charity idea actually had something to do with what you were saying. I thought it would be nice to not even necessarily in person, but I've been, I mean, my own relatives mostly. I'm not out in the world creating goodness like you are, but I've recognized that my own family members that reach a certain age, they just get awful lonely. The amount, like if you just spend time with them, they appreciate it so much. And that's what I got the idea from. Like, if we could set up a thing where volunteers could be matched up with either elderly people or people with disabilities that can't get out, and make it a regular thing. So like a phone call thing. So kind of like a pen pal, but I guess on a phone, just to give them somebody to talk to. Like being able to have a conversation with somebody regularly, talk to them, and I think that just do a world of good, because people reach a certain age, they just, like out of sight, out of mind, they just stop thinking about them. These people are lonely and they just really want somebody to talk to. I thought that'd be a nice thing to do, but the logistics of setting that up, I don't know. I can barely get dressed by myself, so there's no way I could set something like that up, but it was just an idea I had. Alright, what? Sorry, it's getting very warm in my room. Go open my door. Alright. Just, you know me, your boy Bees. I want to put some good in the world if I can. Try to. Usually can't. Try to. Sugar. Hold on. We can combine sugar with stuff. So let's combine sugar with stuff. You telling me I can't combine sugar with an oak log? Barbarians. Alright, fine. Fine. Looks like I won't be whipping up my sugar oak log surprise. And you're gonna have to live with that. Oh my god, what are you? Wow. Juice? Fruit candy. Really? That was... Hold on. Oh, they count as fruit anymore. Hey, don't judge. It's tough out there. Sometimes you need candy. I've got like... I keep a bunch of candy on my desk at any given time because it's like... I've got a massive sweet tooth. Alright, what else we got going on? Egg. Egg and maple. Do I dare? Or egg and sweetener. You're also sweetener. Okay, so sugar and maple make up the same thing. I'm guessing egg and sugar would make like a meringue of some kind, I suppose. Only one way to find out. We're experimenting. Alright. Although it is so hot in my room, this chocolate bar I have on my desk is liquid, so that's probably a sign I should open my door to let some of this heat up. It's also why I keep these caramel hard candies on my desk, because no matter how hot it gets, I've got options. Okay, so linen, yes. We're doing linen stuff. These are still growing. Oh. That was weird. That was really weird. What? Are they all really grown already? Oh, Christ. Alright. Good job. We did it. Got that garlic, though. We are going to need to play for this linen. We need this linen to upgrade our other sheep thing. And we want our sheep to be happy, so we're going to do that. Normally I would just wait, but when it comes to the well-being of our animals, you know, priorities. Oh good, I was wondering if I was close enough to the right one there to be playing for it. And I am. We're going to get all three of these at once. That's great. Because if the one you're playing for is fully grown, they'll just switch to another one within your range. You stand in the middle just right, yeah, you get all three of them. Hey. That should be enough. So we're going to stop by the food, pick out the food, start something else, upgrade our sheep thing, likely feed them one last time. Creme brulee, oh. I mean, if you're offering. Oh, blessed, that sounds great. Hold on, what do we got then? Potato. Oh. That's interesting. Let's try that. Whenever you get to use fire glow in a recipe, that's actually... I'm curious. Oh, we can make Atul's food now. That chicken he's been bugging us about for like a year now. Yeah. Let's go make Atul his fried chicken. Forgot that we had that as an option. I mean, I suppose. Because we've got sunflower seed oil and we've got olive oil. And in my real life, I wouldn't be caught dead using anything besides peanut oil, but we don't have that option, so we're just gonna make do. Sorry, I'm being extra snobby right now. I'm hot and cranky. All right. Joking aside, though, I do prefer peanut oil. In case you guys aren't familiar, it's really good for like potatoes and stuff. You're hungry probably? Yeah. All right. Okay, yeah, you don't get hungry anymore once we've upgraded those. That's interesting. Got a full, just a lot of stuff here. Many, many things. What was I looking at? Oh, you're probably hungry. I mean... If you insist, hold on. What? That's the second thing we've made on here that I don't actually know what it is. That's interesting. I want to look that up. I love it when I find something I'm not familiar with. New stuff. Alright, so chicken and olive oil. And that should make fried chicken. So much so that I'm actually going to do 2 of them because, yeah, why not? Don't see any reason why not. Although, God, I don't know what else to feed Bruce. He just... Hold on. Here's some sushi. And a hug. Oh. Oh. Okay, lovely. Alright, don't tell anyone. Gotcha, no worries. Don't worry about it. I'm a huggy kind of person. Probably. I say probably. It's been a number of years since I've received a hug, and I'd likely cry if I did. Actually, knowing me, like human interaction, I don't know how I would process that. But I'm kind of curious. Where are we? What are we doing? What's going on? Who am I? What did we have going on? Oh, yeah, we gotta see what they're, I'm assuming we need that gold. But besides that, what do we need? There are still 4 more people that we don't have. Oh! Okay, yeah, he said, like, gold and marble. Those are both materials. I assumed we needed both of those. We really don't. He really... Oh my god, that's easy to make. Hold up. We're about to make them a home real quick. I didn't realize they were going to be that easy. I just assumed he was going to give me a hard time. Alright. Oh, we do need to make sure Astrid's having a nice time with it too, though. We made some of her noodle soup that she likes, so we're going to bring that to her. And give her a hug. See if there's anything not to her liking. Astrid. Oh, you're real hungry. Hold on. I made you something. I swear I made you something. Hold on. Really? Did I not? Really? Huh. Wild. Okay, sure. Well, here's that. I guess we're gonna... I had thought... Oh, yeah, weird. So, hold on. Doesn't like a tool's bang. There's not much I can do about that. I'm sorry. Why did I not make noodle soup? Did I just, like... I knew I was on my way to do it. I think I just forgot. God, I feel bad about that. Okay, hold up. What else we got going on? Bottled ectoplasm. We need to do that for a chicken sake. Yeah, more food. That'll help with that. I don't mind going up there and feeding them. I'm just worried I'll forget. The memory's trash. Did we end up going anywhere? Do we want to go anywhere? Oh, Daffodil's meowing is really sweet. Let's look to see if there's any chests or anything we haven't yet gotten, I suppose. We've gotten new platforming abilities that would probably make sense to do. We've been... okay. Trying to eliminate some of these as options. Oh! With that bouncy skill, I think we could actually get that finally. I do believe. So let's do that. That's about done. We'll get to making Astrid's favorite. I somehow screwed that up and I can't figure out how. Gotta say, gotta use that, or utilize that vertical space. You're growing stuff? Land, let me tell you. Hot commodity. Got ourselves a vertical orchard. We'll do this and then we'll figure out what we're gonna feed Bruce. Actually, Bruce, would Bruce be down for some fried chicken? Hold on. I think he might. Oh, I mean, we can find out. So... oh, wait, we're gonna give it a try. I didn't imagine this. What am I? You? Yeah. Flour. Rice flour. I swear I just made some. Oh my god. Oh. I just made rice, didn't I? Okay. I put in rice instead of rice flour. That is... right. Yep, you know. God. I'm just dropping the ball. It's hot. I'm gonna try to forgive myself. It's very warm in here. Can't. Oh, my brain's not working. Oh, hold on. Bruce, before you go to bed, here's a bucket of fried chicken. Bossing you around reminds me of being bossed around back in the days. I know, me. If you can believe it. I love the music. Oh, that's so cute. It reminds me of my last job. My brother doesn't like me mentioning it too often. We were enforcers for Mr. Carmino. Any orders, we would do them. Nothing was too small a request, and we were efficient. We would always get the job done. No one could stop us, not even the feds. If you play your cards right, you might even be on our level pretty soon. Okay. Can you? Oh, you're going to bed, right? Fine, I guess it's gonna have to be a breakfast bucket of chicken. Oh, like a bunch of animals. That's alright. Best part of waking up is your bucket of fried chicken. Personally, I don't. If I don't have if I can't roll out of bed and have an 8-piece original recipe, I'm rolling right back over. I'm hitting that snooze button. I don't want to get out. Like, what's even the point of putting on pants if you can't get a bucket of kernel? You know what I'm saying? That's my favorite part of the morning. Every single morning. Every morning. 8 pieces of KFC. And my doctor keeps telling me to stop. But, you know, life is short. Especially when you're eating 8 pieces of fried chicken every morning. Life is very short. So just, you know, you gotta make the most of it. And part of that entails eating fried chicken every morning. Chicken and the egg. Cause and effect. You did get hungry. Okay. So you do get hungry, just much slower, right? I think that's fair. Still kind of weird how spirit sheep get hungry, but alright. Alright, let's chicken up a couple people and we're gonna be doing treasure related activities. You literally just sleep outside. Oh my god, that's adorable. That's so much cuter than it should be. What did you need for your place? Let's give it. Ooh. God, I love the shape of this building. Hold on. That is perfect, actually. That is just the exact shape of building I wanted. Hold up. Why, yes, we could find a place for that. Hold on. This is... Like, you know when you're playing Tetris and you get just, like, a beautiful piece that you've been waiting on for a while? Oh, my God. This is... Look how perfect this is. Cool. God, it's good. That being said... Either put the chickens here. I kind of want to put the chickens there. Yeah. I was going to say, I was going to move them over to the left there on top of the sheep business, but... No, it's alright. Yeah, I think that's just fine. Spread out a little bit, but yeah, like that is just perfect, I guess. Some of these buildings, like this one here, this one sucks. I'm trying to find places for these things. Alright. Actually, can I upgrade this thing from the get-go? I can. Okay, sheets. So I'm guessing those sheets are from the smithy upgrade. Okay, there's none of those I can do yet. Oh my god, look at his place. Oh, that is just something. Alright guys, we're getting you some breakfast. Come get yourself your bucket of finger-licking 11 herbs and spices. You say that and yet you run away from me. Where are you going? Get back here. Did we ever? Oh, you told me your answer for what you'd want as your last meal. You picked a very specific class. Like you've got preferences, and I respect that. That is, people don't usually come out with like that. Like I'm sure you put a lot of thought into it. And there was options you're going over, but that's a people don't usually come out with that specific of a last meal. It always makes me think of my dad. He loved preparing food. He was an absolute genius in the kitchen. His meals would always turn out perfectly, but while he was making them, he was angry. He couldn't take his focus away from making food. It's like he was trying to tame the kitchen or something. It was a fight to the death. He would always win. The meal could take him hours to prepare just right. It took him so long. I remember being a kid, and when it was ready, I didn't care what food was in front of me. It could have been cereal for all I cared. I just hated watching him make food back then. Waiting for hours for a meal I didn't care about. But every time I eat this, it doesn't seem that bad anymore. Well, thanks, bro. Oh. Or I guess maybe not even specific, but that's more of a classy answer versus me. It's just like, God, nothing but trash, garbage. Actually, Mountain Horse gave me a really good answer too. She was very specific, but hers had a lot of fruit in it. Like her last meal involved a lot of fruit. I respect that also. Jeez, this is what I'm talking about. You don't mess around. We need to give you a proper nickname. Mickey, what do you think? Right? I don't like that. That's already taken. Phantom Terror. That's no good. I disagree. Give him a minute. They're just precious. I love them. All right. Visit our chicken babies. Hey guys. I love each of you. Never forget that. Oh, we still need to feed them too, though, don't we? Hold on. I think we should organize a big dinner for everyone on board. I'm not kidding around. Well, not everyone. Just a few people, maybe. I think it would bring spirits up. We should invite everyone and ask them what they want for dinner. Let's say 3 of your favorite dinner companions. What do you think? Well, now I'm sad we can't invite Gwen and Summer. Guys, if we're going to do this, we need to find people that we like. The next objective, let's find people we like. It's an issue because I already know for a fact there's nobody I'm going to like as much as Gwen and Summer. That's too bad. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. God, I would have loved to invite Alice also. My heart's sad. I know you're hungry. Really? Really? What did I feed you? That's weird. Alright. What were we doing? Hi. Oh. Right. I can't believe I forgot what I'm doing. Okay. So, Astrid I like. I would be willing to invite Astrid. And I don't know if he's including himself on that, but okay. So we gotta see what's going on. Basically what I'm saying is we're not allowed to let anyone else off the ship until we find out who we want to invite for dinner. In case any of the future companions aren't as good as these ones, we need to keep them around to be safe. I take dinner parties very seriously. Oh, that gust of wind elevates you just high enough to get in there. Oh. They like our lounge too. I'm glad we built that. Astrid, you're a wonderful person. You deserve good things. Oh, I forgot to actually grab the soup. Hold on. Windmill? Right. And is it not? What? It's not going. It's not windy enough, apparently. Why is it not going? What did I do? What's happening? What is this? Oh! That's so weird. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. They didn't make me do that before. Alright. God, I gotta make her food. I feel bad. We're gonna go do the while it's milling, we're gonna go see if we can find that treasure. Well, the more I think about it, yeah, I'm very warm. That makes the shower better, don't it? Have a nice shower. I just remembered I picked up a carton of ice cream. Oh man, it's gonna be a lovely evening for me. I'm joking, but it'll be all right. Okay, why though? Who's here? Which of you is green? What? Hello? I've cracked it. The door is finally open. I can rest easy knowing I have a place to, well, rest. This riches to rags story has really shaken my core. I just wanted to be a rich person. But no, faith has stepped in. My new life is more precious to me. I will harvest this land. I will be victorious and reign supreme on these veggies. I am the gardener of my own life. I didn't realize you ever come late to a party? Didn't realize that this was a thing going on. Oh. Useful. Well, that's one. I think there's one other chest here. And we never did make it to the very top of the building, so I'm guessing that's what it is. Now I've got the boing boing. We can probably do that. Come on, boing boing. Man, I love that boing boing. Hold on. I thought two things. Didn't it look like two things? What else did I get? Oh, wait, no, that's... hold on. Oh, it's Giovanni's. Oh. Well. Alright. If that's it, then I'll get out of here. It has been very nice. I know there's a lot of places we can get now that we have that bouncy power. I'll check some places out. Really? Why is it? What am I doing wrong here then? Or... Oh! It's gotta be lined up with that thing on the right. Am I an idiot? That was probably obvious to everyone else, right? Yeah. Likely. To be honest, I recognize like the way it works with like the wheel spinning. But this thing here, I never knew this bit of a windmill. I guess that's learning stuff. Maybe it would be like to catch the wind, like an angle or something. Because I'm not sure what that is. Learning opportunity though. Hey. Alright. I know we're going out of our way for this a bit, but we need to make sure Astrid's happy. This is her chance to be happy for once. You hear that, Daffodil? Darn. I was gonna give her give her some late night soup. That's alright. Imagine sleeping at night. There's a lot of things in this game that make a lot of sense, but that's just something I can't seem to... it seems very unreasonable. I cooked with bees, went to the cooked with bees. Did you? Should have let me know. Went to the grocery store with bees, now we're doing laundry and dishes. Oh, like I'm there. Okay. It took me a second, I'm sorry. I'm very stupid. Hey, I'm glad I could join in. Thank you. Took me a minute to get there. Oh, that's very exciting for me. You know I love grocery shopping. I love grocery shopping. Okay, she's sleeping. Let's pick out a new destination. When she gets up, we'll give her that noodle soup. Like you do. Like you try to. Sheep. There is a chest here. So we'll go in there next. We're treasure hunting. Yar. Okay, another one of those. How do you make a fish curry? Let's do fish curry. Fish and grain, that's straightforward. I know Gustav's gonna appreciate some fish curry. That's just the kind of person he is. So I know for a fact he's hungry, so I'm not talking to him. But we're gonna make him some fish curry. He'll be into it. There's this one here. There's one more there. Astrid awake yet? Oh, we gotta find her now. Astrid, where are you? Hey, girl. Got you that noodle soup. Astrid, I love you. Essentially, her story is she finally moves on from her jerk ex. She drinks her weight in noodle soup, and then she moves on to the afterlife, and I think that's very valid. No chance to tell you yet, but I've lost. Hey! Friend, I'm proud of you. Genuinely. It's easy to work up the motivation to start doing something like that. It's a world of difference to stick with it. And I'm very proud of you. That's fantastic. Couldn't ask for better noodle soup, Munchkin. Could you ask for a hug? Yeah. She's sweet. She's sticking around. She's going to get into that dinner party. Where are we? Oh. Let's find that chest. Then we got some food for Gustav. Not sure what else Bruce likes. I'm willing just to try a few things. I've only got a couple pub recipes, and I'm not sure if that's even his favorite thing. I don't know. He seemed to be into corn dogs, but let's see, hold on. How am I supposed to even talk to you? That's ridiculous. Ah, fine. Gustav, where are you at? Why is there people flying around? Ooh, excuse me. Okay, you. I made you some fish curry. Where'd it go? There we go. That does sound really nice though, don't it? Some fish curry. Ooh. Alright. So they're taken care of. Atul, are you hungry? I have a peach. And a hug. So essentially what that does is it proves that at a certain point your sprite disappears and there's just a sprite with both of you. I think that's cute. Definitely makes the hugging animation a lot smoother. All this game looks very nice. Alright, what do you want to eat? Pub food sounds like it'd make the most sense. Now we're talking. That's some good chow, Scout. Pub food is the best when you get the munchies. Mickey, you're psyched. See, I got a way of just like picking out what people like to eat. Says mean things. Oh my god. Lovely. Wild. I can pinpoint them. I have a hard time with telling you what someone's favorite thing is, but my god, I will tell you what they like. So are we there? We are still there. I just keep being distracted, right? Right. We've got exactly one chest to nab while we're here. Resources restock. These chests are like one time, so we really should be grabbing them. There's stuff we may be missing. Oh man, this is one of the first places we've been to. In fact, this might have been the first island we stopped at. Maybe, I think so. Maybe. The game won't stop lagging. Grab a tree while we're here. And yeah, I'm just thinking I wish I could have invited Summer and Gwen. Alice, that's too bad. So I was hoping for more characters like that. We've been getting less and less of that, unfortunately. It's not like I don't like these guys, it's just we peaked early, I feel. Summer and Alice are such good characters. Hard time believing I can glide from there. So, what is the intent then? Don't understand. There's nowhere like higher up to go. Unless there's another jumping skill I don't have yet, which I would be willing to believe. Just learned you can't open your menu while you're in water. Right. Do we have another... Okay, we haven't gotten the token thing from Bruce yet. Okay. I mean, 5 hours. I really should. I mean, I'm very warm and very sticky. Yeah. I'm gonna go water myself. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'm tired and warm. Probably a good place to stop. Oh, I've had some just blessed company today. Like everyone was here today, and I overwhelmed by just I still don't understand, but we really do have some wonderful people here keeping me company, and just that's really hard to put that into words. Just I mean, it's wild. I've met a lot of really good people on here, and they insist on keeping me company out of the kindness of their heart. So, you guys, hope you have a good rest of your night. I'm going to be signing off. Be good to yourself. I mean it. I care about you, so, you got to be good to yourself. Please. Whew. God, yeah, I'm going to go cool off for a bit. Christ. It really just depends on how OBS is going to let me sign off. Oh, come on. Work with me, robot.